The son of Friday. We made it. Made it to Friday. And a little dreary, but it's warmer, so that's good news. It's not frigid. I didn't wake up to frost and ice and all that stuff this morning, so not a bad way to go. And we got the Packers game coming up on Sunday, Badgers game tomorrow. But I'll tell you this. I went back and kind of perused a little bit of Indiana on the road, taking on Penn State. Indiana gave Penn State all they could handle. Now, I don't know if Penn State was kind of overlooking Indiana, but Indiana gave them everything. I don't think it's going to be just a walk in the park for the Badgers, but I still think they're going to get a win. I think they came off of a lot of shall we say, moral victory, so to speak, over the Ohio State Buckeyes last week. So I'm thinking the Badgers are going to get a win this weekend. At least I'm hoping for it. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. Want to get a hold of us? That's the way to do it. Always love it when you do. You can also find us on Twitter at Bill_Michaels, at Bill_Michaels, or at Wisco Grant, if you're going to find Grant Bills over there. That's a great way to do it as well. You can find us on so many different platforms. You can find us on Instagram under The Bill Michaels Show, Facebook.com/The Bill Michaels Show, Facebook.com/The Bill Michaels Show. And also you can track us down in so many different ways. Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube.com. Love it when people watch and they can respond and you can chime in on the live stream and such. But all you got to do is go to youtube.com/Bill Michaels Show, youtube.com/Bill Michaels Show, 3 words, put them all together. And then you can also see us on the Twitch app if you have that, the Kick app if you have that, LinkedIn if you have that. You can find us on there's a link that goes out on Twitter as well to watch the program. The Zone Madison is the app. The Zone Madison is the app. And then you can find us always after the fact on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, Google Podcasts, wherever your fine podcasts shall live. So first of all, to everybody on the stream, does everything sound right, look right, and all that kind of stuff, other than my face, of course, because it was the stupidest thing, and it usually is, and I'll tell you about that when we get into it. Grant Bills, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Bill. Top of the morning. Watched some good NBA basketball, and actually, Titans Steelers was pretty fun last night. I thought it would be ugly, but it was entertaining.
Yeah, it went down to the wire, and Pittsburgh ultimately ends up pulling that out. And what does that do for? I picked Pittsburgh, I think, at home to win that game last night. I knew Will Levis wasn't going to go out and throw for 4 touchdowns, but I think I picked Pittsburgh to win that game.
You did. Ebo picked Tennessee. What a dummy. I'm looking at the picks right now. But I'll give credit to Will Levis. I thought the first game was a total fluke, but he came out and he threw the ball around and looked confident and made some nice throws. I maybe was wrong about Will Levis. I thought he was trash, but there might be something there.
There's at least some optimism in Tennessee. And then really the story of the night is Wembanyama for San Antonio, the first overall pick in this year's draft. That guy is... I can't imagine him getting better. He's dare I say, Giannis-esque, but has more athleticism and more ability to shoot the basketball. But the rim protector he is, holy mackerel. Did you watch him? Did you watch that game last night?
Yeah, I watched the second half after Thursday Night Football. He's just so smooth. He's He's got skill and touch, which Giannis came as this raw, like he might as well have been a football player when he got to America. But Wemby's been playing professional ball. He's got so much skill and touch. It's really fun to watch. Yeah,
that was impressive last night against the Phoenix Suns. And for what he did, Spurs win 132-121 last night. And Wembanyama ended up 38 points, 10 boards. I don't know how many blocks. 7, 8, 9 blocks, something like that. Had one on Kevin Durant too. I mean, it was just like, wow. How does San Antonio do it? You know, they get the Admiral, they get Tim Duncan, and now they got Wembanyama. I mean, it's like, wow. They just fall ass backwards into success. And now they're going to have him for who knows how long. and they'll put pieces around him, and then there'll be a force over there in the West. But man, what a performance last night. What a performance last night. We got Rob Reischel coming up today. We got Mike Clemens joining us in the final hour of the program today. We got our buddy Chuck Freeman coming up a little bit later on today to talk about Craig Counsell and his quest for a managerial job. Now that the World Series is over, you expect to hear something, and the contract is over, so you expect to hear something. So all of that coming up today. And in the meantime, you've got, the Packers getting ready for the Rams. Now, I heard you guys on Ebo's show making the picks. You're taking the Packers, right, to win this game?
Yeah, because I think it's got to come together at some point, right, Bill? They got to hit on a couple of these passes that have been so close, and they're playing a backup. I just have a really hard time believing the Packers are going to be this bad and this inept this many weeks in a row. That's my reasoning. My question is, and I picked the Rams, but my question is, because I heard on local radio this morning the same thing, where it's going to end. This is where it starts to get right. This is where things start to happen. And I want to ask, why? Is it just a gut feeling, or is there something that somebody's seeing that I'm missing? Because don't get me wrong, I think we talked about this yesterday. I think this game for the Packers, not so much for the win column to start to press towards a playoff run or anything like that, but just for the confidence of this team, for this thing not to start to really splinter, especially after the Rasul Douglas trade, basically, saying, okay, the season's pretty much done. We're going to get rid of one of our better defenders. Now we're just looking to evaluate. Things got to come together, and this is kind of a must-win, a must-play-well game. But I haven't seen it. So am I missing something, or is it just a gut feeling that you have? I just think the NFL is so competitive, and every game lives on such a knife's edge. Every game is such a coin flip, and the Packers have been losing these coin flip, really close games. Now, they've been bad, but I don't know. It's the way the NFL works. Like, even bad teams win games every once in a while when you don't expect it, and I feel like the Packers are due for one. So I guess it would just be a gut feeling.
Okay. I'm just checking, because there's a lot of people picking the Packers. And I'm thinking, what are they seeing that I'm not? Is it just going against the odds at this point? Or, so now I understand it. It's just one of those, you kind of feel like they're due. Okay.
Yes, they're due.
They're due.
That's the perfect way to say it.
They're due. They're due to put something together. Okay. That I can live with, because it's not that it's keeping me up at night, but when I drive around and I'm listening and I'm hearing all these different people, both nationally and local, say, "Oh, the Packers this weekend. This is their weekend, and it's coming together." And I'm thinking, what are they seeing that I'm not? Is this the message of, well, we're only 1 or 2 plays away? But then again, if you keep making the same mistakes and you're only 1 or 2 plays away, you're a bad football team, because you keep making the same mistakes. So I would agree. I think this is a must-win game, and you got to do it not necessarily with style points, but you just got to play solid football. And I think you can win the game. But if I'm laying money on it, as I always say, that's the way I kind of judge my gut, is if I'm laying money on it, I would have to go for LA in this one. So that's it. That's the way things shape up starting out today with everything we have going on. Great that we get a chance to talk to Rob Reischel today. I'm looking forward to that. If you want to chime in, 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. Find us. So for all of you that watch every day on the live stream, and yesterday, look, to say it was irritating for you, for me, it would be an understatement. I literally did the show yesterday trying to get the live stream back up until I just couldn't. I did everything I could. What happened was, and this is stupid, it's a technical thing, but suddenly the cable, the input that brings you the sound, switched from being in my computer, switched from being an input, microphone input, to a speaker input, which means it was trying to push the sound out, and it wasn't, there was no sound coming through. So it switched over to the webcam, which is okay, but then you can't hear the show. You can't hear any of the guests. You can't hear any of the pressers. It's just silence. So I tried to do it. I tried to restart it over and over. So I was on the phone yesterday with our engineers, couldn't figure it out. I was on the phone then with Microsoft, couldn't figure it out. I was on the phone with Restream, which is the platform we use to stream the show, couldn't figure it out. So I think to myself, it's usually it's not as complicated as it's made out to be, because I'm into restore points on my computer and computer settings and flipping switches and stuff that I know nothing about. Now it's done and it's on my computer. I don't know what stuff will work or won't work. So I thought to myself, because I changed chords and all this stuff 2 or 3 times in the positions they should be in. I thought to myself, I wonder if this cord went bad. Something so stupid. I grabbed the, because I carry extra phone cords to charge my phone in my backpack. So I went and grabbed one, plugged it in, worked like a charm after the show. No problem. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You know, you always think it's something complicated that you're going to need an army of people to figure out, and then it really isn't. It just comes down to the basic fact that you're just a dumbass, and you should replace the most simplest of things. So that's what it was. I apologize for yesterday's problems, but it seems to be right now, knock on wood, seems to be like everything's up and running and fixed and all that kind of good stuff. So there you go. 877-867-1670. If you want to find us, that's the way to do so, but not next, because coming up next, we're going to talk with our buddy Rob Reischel, and we're from Forbes.com and Conley Media, and the author of numerous Packers books. He's going to join us coming up here in just a little bit. Stay tuned. I got to tell you, last night, got off the air, got everything fixed in a matter of about 10 minutes, and I spent the night downstairs cleaning up the bar. Just cleaning up the bar. I turned on the Thursday night game, you know, cleaning up floors, cobwebs, all that kind of stuff. And I had one of the Point Brewing Cider Boys Caramel Apple last night. I just sat back and just was like, oh, it was so perfect. If you haven't had it, I suggest you try it. If you are like a hard cider type of beer, this is awesome. And even if you don't, it tastes like a caramel apple. They've got a Grand Mimosa that has come out now. Also, they've got Snow Pilot. So if you're into the Point Brewing beers of that side, Snow Pilot coming out now, getting you ready for winter. So all kinds of different things coming out via Point Brewing. Brewing excellence since 1857. Rob Reischel going to join us next on the Bill Michaels Show.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Good to have you on board the Bill Michaels Show. We continue on this portion of the program brought to you by our friends down there at Calderon Club, downtown Milwaukee. If you're going down to a Bucks game, maybe to a concert, Marquette's going to be starting up. The Admirals have already started. Calderon Club or San Giorgio, best Italian food you're going to have. 838 Old World 3rd Street, downtown Milwaukee. Stop in and tell Gino and the gang we said hi, but just awesome, awesome people, even better food. So there you have it. Joining us now on the hotline, our guy, Rob Reischel, Conley Media, and also Forbes.com. You can read his stuff all there, written numerous Packers books as well. Rob, how you doing, pal?
I am great. How are you, Bill?
Doing good. So let me ask you this. Now, go back to when, you've got the trade of Rasul Douglas this week and everything that was stated thereafter. Give me your thoughts on the trade.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised, Bill. Maybe a little bit surprised on the player they dealt, but I mean, they're sitting at 2-5. There's only 5 teams in the league with a poorer record than Green Bay. There's only 2 teams in the league with fewer wins than Green Bay, which is kind of the number you start to look at when you factor in where you're going to be in the draft, because wins are a lot harder to come by for bad teams than losses. And there's only 2 teams in the league with just 1 win. Bill, they're in the middle of a 4-game losing streak. It's not going to get better before, it's going to get worse, I guess, before it's going to get better. So I wasn't surprised. I will say this, though, Bill. I thought it'd be someone like Preston Smith or Keyshawn Nixon or John Runyon or maybe somebody like that. Rasul caught me a little off guard. It caught a lot of guys in the locker room off guard. I've talked to a bunch of those guys in the last 2 days, Bill. They were certainly taken aback. His popularity rating in that locker room was like Ronald Reagan in 1984. It was through the roof. He was absolutely beloved by most of his teammates. He was a warrior, a competitor, Bill. He spoke his mind, and I don't think by any means that's what got him shipped out of town. But a lot of guys liked the fact that he was a spokesman for the team and a spokesman for the defense. So, Bill, I think it's a loss on the field. And maybe even a bigger loss off the field.
Do you now? How do you look at this team as far as evaluating? Because we were sitting here talking, even earlier today, about you got to find something out. The worst thing in the world is to get towards the end of the season and still not know what you actually have, and still have the same problems, the same errors, the same drop passes, the same penalties, same thing on defense. Have you been able to evaluate anything at this point in your eyes?
I mean, I think we're finding out, Bill, that certain players can't play, and certain guys that they were maybe thinking could be part of their foundation 24 months from now and still be on the roster when they think they're going to become a pretty good football team, Bill, a year or 2 down the road, may not be here. And I think they've been caught a little off guard by the fact some of these guys that maybe they were looking at, to be part of their future have really disappointed the first 7 games. Now, again, Bill, we're only, 40% of the way through the year. There are 10 games left. There's a lot of time for them to turn things around. But this isn't hyperbole. This isn't BS when LaFleur and Gutekunst and some of these guys will tell you it's tough to evaluate a Jordan Love. The offensive line can't run block worth a darn. The running backs haven't been any good. And the wide receivers and the tight ends haven't been worth a lick either, Bill. So it's tough to get an accurate gauge exactly on what they have, for example, at the quarterback position. I do think they're learning with some of these guys. Maybe they're not going to be around for the long haul, Bill. But I think on a lot of guys too, it has been tough to get a full read and a full evaluation like Love, for example, just because some of the players that they were counting on around them, the Christian Watsons, players like that, just have been a colossal disappointment.
I want to know if you think that, because we did this last week and really kind of the week before, but if you think, as you start to talk about the guys that aren't performing and some of the guys that they thought would perform aren't, then do you start to look up towards the front office and say, look, is the talent even here after the stockpile of draft picks this team has had?
That's where it all has to start, right? I went through this the other day, Bill, and I'm going to write about it in the next week or so. You know, I think Gutekunst has 47 draft picks that he's had. I went through the other day, and obviously some of this is subjective, but I put 4 in the elite category, or you know, guys I would give Gutekunst an A, or let's even say a B plus or an A minus on the draft pick. And I don't have it in front of me, Bill, but if memory serves me, it was Jair. And again, Jair has underperformed and been a total disappointment this year. But when he's right, he's still in the elite corner. I had Elton Jenkins in there. I had Rashawn Gary, and the fourth one, I guess, is escaping me, Bill. I had about 15 to 17 as mediocre or solid players, and then I had like whatever was left, Billy, 25, 27 guys that are just bad. I mean, bad draft picks. And so now you start to talk that 60% of them, and I'm going to write this next week, like 60% of the guys have been bad draft picks. And that's where you start. And when you're a draft and develop organization, Bill, like the Packers are, I mean, let's be honest, they haven't done much in free agency since that, you know, bumper crop group in 2019 when they got the Smiths and Adrian Amos and Billy Turner, and Brian Gutekunst did very well, obviously, with that group of free agents, but they've done virtually nothing in free agency since that point in time. So if you are going to bank everything on draft and develop, like Ted kind of paved the way to do and Gutekunst has largely continued, you better hit on a lot more than 40% of your draft picks, which is probably about the number, give or take, where Gutekunst is sitting right now. It's just not good enough. You know, the verdict to me, Bill, is still out on the quarterback, but it's not looking good. Where, you know, if they do have a top 5 or a top 3 pick or something like that again in the draft, we're looking at a football team with just a bevy of needs, just a ton of guys, ton of positions they're going to have to address, Bill. But the top of the list might wind up being quarterback, where they have to go out and get one of those top 2 quarterbacks in this upcoming draft if they have, let's just say, the 3rd pick or something like that. So it hasn't been good enough, Bill. Yes, when you start to assign blame, the obvious place to begin is the top of the food chain. And right now, Brian Gutekunst has not done his job well enough, and it's trickled down to everything inside that organization.
Talking with Rob Reischel from Forbes.com and Conley Media and numerous books regarding the Green Bay Packers. What has your evaluation been of Jordan Love thus far? Because remember, Mark Murphy said, it'll take 7 or 8 games. We'll see what we've got. I know where I'm leaning, and I've said it. I keep hoping. I think it's hope that's keeping me kind of optimistic, but I keep hoping that something is going to change and you're going to see him play better, and then the connection between him and the wide receivers and the tight ends begin. But give me your assessment of Jordan Love at this point.
I mean, I guess, Billy, if you're given a letter grade, you're probably given like a D or a D plus. I mean, maybe a C minus if you're a real generous professor. It hasn't been good. It hasn't certainly been good enough for them to win, a large number of football games. But like you just mentioned there, that there are some optimistic, signs of optimism and reasons for hope. The play he makes last week, Bill, on that first series of the game, where whatever Green Bay had, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 or something like that, and he escapes pressure and rolls out to his right and makes that really difficult throw to Dobbs on the sideline for a first down, is probably a play, Bill, that only 10 quarterbacks maybe in the league can make. Of course, the play was wiped away because Rasheed Walker was ineligibly downfield and was hit with a penalty flag, and it came back, and we saw the same Packer offense then for the rest of the first half. They could not get a first down to save their collective life. But it's plays like that, Bill, I know that gives everybody in that organization hope and reason to believe that Jordan Love has the long-term ability to be the guy. The problem is, it's just the down-in, down-out consistency, the decision-making. I think he's been slow at times to read. He's made the wrong reads many times. His accuracy, as we all know, has been a real problem. I do think there are things to like, obviously, about Love. He's athletic enough. He can get outside the pocket and make plays. But, Bill, I just think down in and down out, it hasn't been good enough. Now, again, keep in mind, this is not just a Jordan Love problem. When Aaron Rodgers took over that starting job, and by no means am I telling you Jordan Love is Aaron Rodgers here when I outline this, Bill, but when Aaron Rodgers took over that football team in 2008, remember, they were coming off a 13-3 season. They had been in the NFC Championship game, and the only two starters, Bill, the next season that changed were Rodgers for Favre, and the Packers traded away Corey Williams, a defensive lineman, for a second-round draft pick. And so they had to fill one spot on the defensive line. If I remember right, it was Cullen Jenkins, who was a really good player who stepped in for Corey at that point in time. And, Bill, Green Bay went from 13 wins to 6. It's hard to make that transitional change. And Aaron Rodgers, my point there, was surrounded by a lot of really good football players, certainly on the offensive side of the ball. Driver and Jennings and Jones and Nelson, and he had a young Jermichael Finley, and he had a running game. And they still could only win 6 games. And now you compare that to what Jordan Love is trying to work with, right? With first and second year guys all around him, no veterans in sight, young guys still that are disappointing everybody right now inside that building, young guys that are just not getting it done down in and down out, young guys that are not getting better, Bill, from week 2 to week 6, from week 3 to week 7. These young guys now, Bill, they do have the next 10 weeks to kind of show their stuff. But let's be honest, Jordan Love was given a really lousy hand when he sat down at this poker table. And again, a lot of this is on Jordan Love, Bill, but a lot of it too is on the surrounding cast right now that is not helping him win football games, and it's leading to this offense being one of the most dreadful we've seen around here in a long time.
Do you think, and this will be the last one I ask you before I let you go, but do you think that as we sit here today, if things aren't improving, that Matt LaFleur is also in jeopardy?
I don't think for 2024, Bill. I really don't. I think everybody in that building understood this was going to be a transitional year on some level. Now, Bill, if they bottom out and go 3-14, certainly anything's possible. I still would make a bet, though, that Matt is safe for 2024. Bill, at the end of the day, I don't think any coach, and I don't think Matt LaFleur wanted to necessarily coach 15 rookies this season. I don't think anybody overall gets excited about a youth movement, because they know what's going to happen, right? You're gonna make a ton of mistakes like this group is. You're gonna lead the league in penalties like the Packers do at this point in time. I mean, they have the highest per game penalty average right now in the league at 7.5, which is the highest of the Matt LaFleur era. One of the reasons for that, obviously, is you don't have 28 and 30-year-old guys on the field. You have 22 and 23-year-old guys on the field. So it's not something that a lot of coaches honestly want to sign up for, going completely young and understanding that this year, which the Packers are in the middle of, is largely, they'll never call it a rebuild, Bill, but that's exactly what it is. They're getting $60 million off the salary cap. Rodgers counts 40 of that. They're trying to get their house in order, and they're trying to discover, how many of these young guys they can move forward with versus having to replace in the next draft. And that's not an ideal situation for most coaches. I think Matt signed up for it, Bill. I'm sure was quietly behind the scenes, the promises that, hey, it could be a rough year, but you are just fine, and you're going to be around for the long haul, theoretically, if this thing does get better. Now, I'll say this, Bill, if it doesn't, if this year turns out to be really lousy, 4-13 or whatever, and then they come back next year and start 1-5, I mean, all bets are off. We saw that with Mike McCarthy 5 years ago when he was let go in the middle of the season. I mean, Matt's team disappointed last year, Bill, when they missed the postseason with a veteran roster. They're disappointing everybody right now with a young roster. And that's why I do think, Bill, because he started his career so strong in Green Bay, he won 41 of his first 52 games, which was a 780 and something win percentage. I think he's built up a lot of house credit, but that only goes so far, Bill. So if this year finishes badly, next year starts badly, I think Matt then is definitely in some trouble.
Rob, always good to talk to you. We'll see you up at Lambeau this coming weekend. Appreciate it, pal, as always.
All right, Bill. We'll see you Sunday morning.
See you,
Thanks a
bud.
lot.
Talk to you soon. There you go. Rob Reischel joining us for a couple of minutes. Forbes.com. You can read his stuff there. Covers the Green Bay Packers. When we come back, now what for the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers, Joe Barry? You're going to hear his comments on what went down. That is coming up next. Our friends down at Nice Ash, last week, I told you, they had some killer music in the house. They had some really good bands down there. They had a hell of a Halloween party as well. And they got more music, more entertainment, started last night, and good stuff going on this weekend. So if you're looking for a place to go, downtown Waukesha, 323 West Main Street, downtown Waukesha. That's theniceash.com. Theniceash.com. The cigar bar with entertainment Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They've got the big walk-in humidor and hookahs and all kinds of good stuff. But if you don't want to smoke a cigar, that's fine. You can sit down in one of the big comfy chairs and watch a game or just hang out at the bar and enjoy yourself. Have a good whiskey, bourbon, or a cocktail of your choice. Whatever it happens to be, theniceash.com. That's theniceash.com. Joe Barry, next.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Hearts of fire, streets of stone, modern warriors, satellite horses of chrome, taste the wild,
Welcome back to the program. Hey, our friends at Curly's Waterfront Sports Bar and Grill. I told you, they always do something. Always have something going on. What? Tequila? What? That's right. They've got a big tequila raffle going on for the entire month of November. And all the proceeds going to head over to the Pewaukee Food Pantry. They're going to help out the food pantry and for the holiday season. And you can stop in, bring a bag of non-perishables, and they will give you a free raffle ticket. But tickets are $5 each, 6 for $20. And you can bring in a bag of non-perishables. They'll give you another ticket. It's that simple. And they have over, boy, I tell you what, they've got everything from Casamigos, Don Julio's. They got the Don Julio. They got the expensive stuff. Herradura, they have. They've got, they got Patron, Código. Oh, my God. If you're a tequila lover, this is you. This has got you written all over it. Big time. They've got more than a few $100 worth of tequila there. So if you're going to head out and you're a tequila drinker, head over to Curly's Waterfront Sports Bar and Grill because it all is very, very good cause. It's for the Pewaukee Food Pantry. So think about that when you're heading out. If you now you lose one of your best defenders, and Joe Barry has got to figure things out. I wanted you to take a listen to this. Joe Barry meeting with the media yesterday. Take a listen.
How we doing?
How are you?
Great.
So pretty obvious place to start. How's the secondary change with Rasul?
You gotta, first of all, excuse me, I want to, it was a joy coaching that kid. It really was. We basically came in, I think he got here, my 5th game here. And just the impact that he made on our team and our locker room, obviously not only with his play, but with his leadership and just an unbelievable football guy, a guy that loved ball, guy that was, always talking ball, always working on ball. He was phenomenal for the young players. So I want to thank him for everything that he did. And we will truly miss him. But, it's the nature of the business, unfortunately, in a situation for us. But what a great opportunity for, the Valentines of the world, the Ballantines of the world. They're going to get an opportunity and hopefully they'll take advantage of it.
Carrington's played a bunch for you. He's also probably been benched once. What do you need to see for him to get out there and kind of get back to that preseason form?
Yeah, I don't know if he wasn't benched. He got a bicep injury in the Detroit game. I think there was. I love the way the kids competed. I really do. He gave up a couple one-handed catches. One to Olave in the New Orleans game. the catch that Sutton made in the Denver game was, a great throw and catch. But with young players, especially when they do give up a play, no matter what the circumstance is, I always look at those guys, especially early on when they're young and green, and see how they'll respond, see how they'll react. And he's come back and worked and showed up, and I expect him to just go out and compete his butt off.
Joe, what did you see from TJ on Sunday, and how big can a performance like that be for a young guy that's in his first year as a starter now full time, and what he's done up front? Yeah,
you remember kind of the middle to last half of the season last year. TJ put together 2 or 3 really good games. Ironically, Minnesota last year at the end of the year played really good against the Dolphins last year at the end of the year. So. And that's just something I talk to you guys all the time about, young players, and, whether it's a rookie going into a second year, you want to see that improvement. With TJ, it's, a third year guy making improvements from his second year. So he's getting opportunities to play more and more, and he's taking advantage of it. But it's great. It's obviously great to see, not only for him, but for us.
From your perspective, how much of a surprise did the Rasul trade strike you? And were you in the process of what was happening, or what was your perspective of that? No, I think the way the way it's struck, Tuesday's a big game plan day for us. So, the trade deadline always falls in on a Tuesday, which is a player's day off. And, so, honestly, it was, I've never been involved. I've been, in 22 years, I've been involved in trades, both where we've received players, but also lost players. And yeah, of course it's always shy. It's like, oh, really? Wow. But in the same breath, it's, it's part of this business. It's you understand that, and you kind of brace yourself for that. But yeah, it was shocking in the moment.
Affect how you can, what side you play? Is Valentine, if you start him, more ready to play one side than the other?
Yeah, you get into all those things, especially with the corner position. Whether I don't want to use the word limit, but, sometimes it definitely affects from a game plan standpoint as far as how you travel guys or where you deploy them, whether it's right or left, field or boundary, all things like that. So, of course, that absolutely factors in.
For Redmond?
Not a lot. Just, thankfully, we did get a little bit of film on him when, at least current film, when he had to go in and play, I think he played whatever it was the last, quarter and a half of the Dallas game. So, but he's a 4-year guy. He's been in the league. He's been around. So, I think in situations like this, we're taking the approach that number 9 is going to play. And if he doesn't, and we get number 11, I truly think, I don't think they're going to change what they do all of a sudden. They're not all of a sudden going to put a Ripien offense in. They're going to run their offense. So we're taking the mindset that Matthew's going to play. And if all of a sudden he's inactive and doesn't, we've prepared that he is. And no matter who plays quarterback, they're going to run their offense.
System knowledge or understanding of being around Sean, too much made of that when you put together a plan against?
No, that's a good question, because I know that's always brought up and talked about. But you watch everybody watches the same film. But I was with Sean for we were together 6 years. 2 in Washington and then 4 in LA. But there's that tree, if you will, whether it's Sean or Kyle or Matt here or
Kevin in Minnesota, they all run variances of the same offense. So, but yeah, there's little subtle things, especially, if you hear things, verbiage wise from the quarterback, things that, just being around a guy for 6 years, the subtle nuances that you pick up on. But I don't think that's talked about a lot. And I think sometimes it's blown out of proportion, but I think that's real when you're going against a person that and know well.
They've got the element of surprise this week, right? Because there's some legitimate wonderment on who's going to play quarterback for them. Yeah. How much does your knowledge of Sean and how he handles these situations help you better predict what they might do in this situation?
Well, I think you just gotta, you watch tape, you watch film. That's where your predictions and your game plans and your feel comes from. And they do the same thing. They watch what we do. So I just know Sean's an unbelievable football coach. He's an unbelievable play caller, and he's going to do what he does no matter who's receiving the ball from center at quarterback.
There you go. That's Joe Barry, and getting ready for the Rams this coming weekend, and he's got to do it without, as he called it, a great kid. And he said the leader, and has an impact on the young guys on the team, in the locker room, and not just on the field, but as one of the outspoken leaders and the directors in the secondary. So Joe Barry talking about the loss of Rasul and preparing for this weekend's contest against the Los Angeles Rams. Let's do this. We're going to step out, take a quick break, come back. We got a lot more to get to. We'll get your thoughts on some of what Joe Barry had to say. In addition to that, we got all kinds of stuff. We're going to talk a little Bucks basketball today. We're going to talk some Brewers baseball today. We're going to talk more Packers football today. Badgers taking on the Indiana Hoosiers this coming weekend, tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And this portion of the program brought to you by our friends at Great Lakes Dragaway. If you have the need for speed for somebody in your family, maybe it makes a great gift idea to say, here's a gift card. This is a season pass, my friend, to the 2024 season. Once the track opens back up, you can get the cars down there, the motorcycles down there, the dragsters down there. And you can be down there witnessing it all. There you go. Call them 262-302-2138, 262-302-2138, or go to GreatLakesDragaway.com. That's GreatLakesDragaway.com. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
Ready? This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Welcome back. Good to have you on this Friday, the Friday edition. Bill Michaels Show. I don't know about you, and it hasn't been like a long week. But is it me, or is it like we just can't get to 5 o'clock early enough today? Grant, is it that? I mean, you got to work till 6, but
6 o'clock is my 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
This week has gone by quickly, and I don't know why. I was talking about it with my girlfriend last night. It's like I went to a basketball game on Wednesday night, but it's not like I've done much this week. It has gone quickly.
Yeah.
But I'm always excited for 6 o'clock on a Friday night. You're talking to the right guy.
It is. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's because I traveled this week, but I was in Green Bay on Sunday. I was in Marshfield on Tuesday night, Wednesday, back home on Thursday. Maybe it's because I zipped around. The week flew by. I agree with you. I woke up today. I didn't want to get up. And I've been getting a lot done. I've been kind of trying to do the homebody thing. And, we're getting down to crunch time. We're now into November, and I can't believe we're into the first weekend of November. Next week, we're going to be the second week of November already. I mean, it's like crazy how fast things are going. And obviously, we've got the game up at Lambeau Field this coming weekend, which, by the way, we're going to be at Burkle's a week from Sunday. Oh, by the way, speaking of a good event, a week from Sunday, and I think I mentioned this, we are going to be at Distillery in Grafton. And next weekend is a salute to veterans. It's Veterans Day coming up. But we are going to be in Grafton, Wisconsin. We're going to be at Distillery. And the reason we're going to be there is because all weekend long, not this weekend, not today and this weekend, but this coming next weekend, a portion of their proceeds are going to be donated to Fisher House, Wisconsin, and other veterans charities. So if you're in the area, whether you're in the Richfield area, which there's a distillery in Richfield, or if you're going to be in Grafton, if you're thinking about heading out, make that maybe the decision maker via your choice to go out, get some good beverages. Obviously, it's called Distillery. They have great bourbons and whiskeys and all that kind of stuff. But also, in addition to that, it's for a very good cause because a portion of those proceeds are going to go to Fisher House, Wisconsin. So to culminate the weekend, we are going to be there for the Green and Gold postgame show. It's a complete Packers watch party coming up next Sunday when the Packers are on the road in Pittsburgh. Next Sunday, we are going to be at Distillery in Grafton, giving you the Green and Gold postgame show live there. And I think that's, again, a 3 to 5 broadcast because the Packers play at noon in Pittsburgh. So if you can, come on out and say hi. But today's just one of those days where we got a dinner party tonight. I didn't know it was a birthday party, actually. I just found out today, Brian's birthday's today. But we got a dinner party tonight. And I woke up this morning, all I wanted to do was sleep in. I mean, I had a lot to do. I had to get out and run around and get to the grocery store and all that kind of stuff. But there's just some days where you get out of bed and you're like, okay, I'm going to tackle the world. And then you realize as you get into it, like, I'm dragging ass. Like, at any point in time, if somebody turned out the lights, you could just crawl up in a fetal position and you'd be sleeping until the next day, because that's the kind of day it is. So I got to find some energy somewhere. Normally I've got it. Today, nothing. Don't know why.
You know, it's funny. We're going to talk to Chuck Freeman here in about a half hour. Brewers.
Yep.
I saw on Facebook, the Gatlin brothers in Wausau last night, or Rapids or somewhere. So he probably got back in the middle of the night. You'll have to ask him how he feels today, because he probably lived it up a little bit last night.
Chuck, anytime it's a 1990 and beyond, behind from then way back in the day band, Chuck's going to be there.
Oak Ridge Boys.
Oak Ridge Boys. I've seen that.
Brothers.
Yeah. And he's been to the Def Leppards and the REOs. And what was the other one? I think it was Chicago. He's a concert goer, man. Big time. Big time. So we got Chuck. We're going to talk some Brewers baseball bottom of the next hour. Stay tuned for that. We got 1 hour down. We got 3 more yet to go. And then we can drink. More of the Bill Michael Show coming up right after this.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
Well, the Green Bay Packers are looking to stop their losing streak. It currently sits at 4 as they welcome in the LA Rams to Lambeau Field on Sunday. Now, the Packers at practice yesterday had all 52 players participating in some capacity. 6 were limited. That would be safety Rudy Ford, cornerback Jair Alexander, running back Aaron Jones, left guard Elton Jenkins, tight end Luke Musgrave, and offensive tackle Yosh Nijman. To the college ranks, Wisconsin football is looking to bounce back after losing to Ohio State at Camp Randall, as they're headed to Indiana to take on the Hoosiers, who have lost 4 straight. There's more from Luke Fickell about moving on from last Saturday.
Obviously, we got to move forward. I think that was probably the biggest message after the game. And then on Sunday when we came in, that we cannot allow this to linger. Losses are tough. One like that was really tough. It was great atmosphere, a great, environment and things like that at night. And it was a battle, but you can't allow it to linger. And you got to kind of flush it down and move on and learn.
Kickoff tomorrow from Bloomington is at 11 a.m.
LIUNA stands for the Laborers International Union of North America, a skilled and experienced union with the skills and safety training to be your workforce solution for the Wisconsin construction industry. LIUNA Wisconsin members build infrastructure like roads, bridges, and skyscrapers, as well as solar and wind farms and even pipelines. LIUNA has a long and storied history as they celebrate 120 years as a union. Feel the power of a career as a member of LIUNA. Learn more at liunawisconsin.org.
Well, following their blowout loss to the Raptors on Wednesday, both Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard were not at practice yesterday for the Bucks, but they are expected to play tonight when they welcome in the New York Knicks to the Fiserv Forum for a 6:30 tip. And finally, Wisconsin men's basketball got their exhibition game under their belt, a win over Stevens Point 2 nights ago. Now they'll start the season Monday when they welcome in Arkansas State to the Kohl Center. For the Wisconsin Sports Zone Network, I'm Ebo.
Good day, Friday. I have been I have been doing the diet now for about 2.5 weeks, and taking the stuff that I was telling you about the other day for my shoulder, which is great. My shoulder feels great finally, and it's just been awesome. And it's back to being good, and it's all because of the drink that I do. And then we started kind of a program of this company that Kristen and I both got into, and it's been awesome. But today I thought, man, I know it's a lofty goal, But we both got on the weight loss thing. Not only do we want to lose weight, we're leaving for and work out. We're leaving for Rhode Island and Boston over Thanksgiving, and we're going to be there. And so Kristen and I have decided, hey, we're going to start working out. We're going to so for about 2.5 weeks. Really, I would think for her it's maybe the second week of October. Really, for both of us, about the second week of October. Is when all this started. Now, I didn't take it as seriously as she did until about 2 weeks ago, but I feel good. I'm down like 18 pounds, and she's down, I think, like 15, 16, something like that. She's down too, and working out, and she can run circles around me. So we're kind of doing this workout thing, and every day it's protein, and you load, and then you just, drink a ton of water. And I don't drink a ton of beer or anything like that. I mean, I think the most I drank was last week when we did the Halloween costume contest down at Stenny's. I had about 3 beers. And because you don't eat a ton of food and you've cut back and you're eating regimented things, and it's not like you're starving. It's just, once you get through the first week, you're okay. And then you're off and running. So I woke up today and I'm just dragging. And today I woke up, and as God's on, yesterday I was downstairs, and if anybody saw the pictures, I posted a picture of the bar, and I pulled everything out of the refrigerator, everything out from behind the bar, everything. I was reorganizing everything because I was running new cable. I was putting in different wiring for the speaker system, and I'm just kind of tinkering with things. I got new chairs coming and the whole deal. So I was sitting downstairs yesterday, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, you know what? I might have a beer, a good cold beer. And so I had one, and I don't normally do that during the week, usually. Like even when I was in Marshfield, I didn't have one. I drank a ton of water. And so I woke up this morning, and not only am I dragging, but I'm craving a beer. I'm craving a beer, man. I'm like, I wish I could drink on the air. I'd pop a caramel apple right here and just drink a beer on the air. It's that kind of day. And it's not like I'm an alcoholic and I'm rolling around on the floor and I'm like, I need one right there, stat. No, but it's just, I just started thinking about it. Next thing you know, I'm sitting here during the commercial break, and I'm like, my mouth is actually watering. I can't wait for a beverage. So, good stuff. Good stuff. 877-867-1670. You ever get like that, Grant?
Yeah, when I know I'm getting together with friends. Yeah. Yes. I don't drink really in my apartment by myself ever. Like tonight, right? I have a night by myself. So like I have a box of wine. I might dip into that a little bit and play some video games. That's about it.
Wait. You use the term a box of wine.
Yeah, I got a box. It was a big box.
Which actually, I'll give you credit because, and I have got, well, you haven't seen the wine collection yet. Okay, so
do you have a wine cellar?
I don't, but because the bar is actually the perfect climate, you leave the wine right there in the bar because it's below ground and it stays a constant. It never gets above 70 degrees down there. So it's just always perfect. So, but I got, I don't know, excess of about 70 bottles of wine. And I will say this, and you're smart in this sense, that I can't tell you how many times I open a bottle of wine and I'll have a glass, maybe 2. You put the cork back in it, you never go back to it. And then you end up dumping it out. So a box of wine actually makes sense. If you're not a wine connoisseur, box of wine makes sense.
I am, Bill, I don't know if there's a single thing I'm a connoisseur of. I don't know if there's a single thing on this planet that I would consider myself a connoisseur of.
I know. It's little about everything.
Yeah. I like that the box has many glasses, and I can set it next to the couch on my little end table. I don't entertain. What am I? Let me go to the wine cellar. Let's grab a bottle for the group. No one comes over. No one wants to hang out at my apartment.
You haven't had the opening welcome to the new apartment in Madison Diggs party yet?
No, I still got boxes in the entryway.
Okay, I can see that.
I moved here. I dumped my crap and I used that place to sleep. That's about. I watch sports and I sleep there. I'm a simple man. Really, I got my box of wine. That's all I need.
I get it. There are. People have always said, Bill, why do you live in that house? I love my house. I absolutely love the house. I love the outside. I love the bar upstairs and the bar downstairs. And I love feeling like I can always go to a sports bar and never leave the house. And I love the setup here. But I can't tell you the last time I went down into the great room and popped on the 85-inch big screen TV and lit a fire and sat back and relaxed. I don't ever use the room. I use that room when I pass through to walk on the carpet to go to the gym. I just go downstairs. That's it. I mean, I don't do anything. It's become kind of a big storage room. So I get it, man. You go home, you eat, you sleep, you wake up, you go to work the next day, and that's kind of how you do it. And you live for the weekends. So
I live for 10 o'clock when I can come here and start the Bill Michaels show with you. That's really what my schedule is.
Oh my God. Well, we need to find you even more of a life then.
We need to change that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Hey, I will say one thing, and good news happened yesterday. I don't know if you heard that. Now, for those that are listening, you might get this, but news within the mighty Midwest family company. Did you hear what happened yesterday, Grant?
No, I did. No,
not in the Bill Michaels Sports LLC, but in the Midwest family, the parent company that owns this program. Yesterday, when the box died here in the studio, and word got out that, it died again. The board of directors very quickly approved the expense of a new box.
Hey.
So we got new equipment coming.
We like that.
Hopes to be here in two weeks, which means I will most likely be out there in a couple of weeks. We'll be doing the show in studio together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I got to load everything in the car and bring it out, and they got to completely redo everything. Yeah.
I get lonely in studio here. Every once in a while, Zach Heilprin will pop in for 5 minutes, and it's like the most exciting 5 minutes of my day, just to have some human contact.
Yeah.
It's fun.
You mean Ebo doesn't hang around? You brings Jen by and they work out in front of you or anything like that?
Well, he probably would. Ebo's off. Like, he goes to his office. He goes and does things. I sit in here and I don't know, like Cowherd's on the TV right now. I sit by myself most of the day. So it'll be nice to have someone in studio. That'll be fun.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be out there. I don't know if it's for 1 day or 2 days or what, but they're gonna reconstitute everything. And then God love Trevor. I know Trevor's been trying, but sometimes to get things to flow, because the one great thing, and for those that don't know about the company that is our parent company, the Bill Michaels Sports Talk Network, is they hire good people. And they say, like, look, I don't want to micromanage. You go do your thing. We hired you to do a job. We'll evaluate you later on. And if I don't see you again for 10 months, just do your job. And that's the way they are. And it's great because it's very, very hands off. And it's a wonderful thing because nobody likes to be micromanaged. But when things need to get done, sometimes, when you're like, hey, I've got an emergency here. It's kind of like talking to a turtle. It's kind of like, okay. And they move like an iceberg. So I know the board of directors is supposed to meet like in 2 weeks to decide on this, but in the meantime, they expedited expense costs. So that was kind of nice. So only for the fact that I'm leaving for Boston. And I said, hey, look, I got to have better equipment because if I get in Boston, and because you don't do the Green and Gold postgame show. So what happens if I go on the air and the box dies and it's just Connor? Right? So that's a holy crap moment right there.
What I was going to say is the new box probably got ordered super quick as soon as they heard me hosting for 10 minutes yesterday while you worked to reconnect. We can't have that. We got to get this. No. We got to get this fixed.
I gave them scenarios. I said, well, I'm leaving for Boston. And what happens if it dies in Boston? Well, we'll get it when you get back. I said, well, that's okay. Connor going to do the show? And they paused for a minute. I know they like Connor. Don't get me wrong. But they went, oh. And that's one of those, never thought of that. Yeah. You might want to think of that. There you go. So sometimes it's you and I. We are on the captain of the ship, and the ship just kind of meanders around. We don't really know where we're parking it. We don't really care where we drop our anchor. But as long as the ship stays afloat, that's what we're trying to do, is just keep the thing afloat. So there you go. 877-867-1670. That's the number to get a hold of us should you choose to do so. And also, by the way, Angela said, yes, I did. I did post a picture of it on Instagram as well. And Kristen and I by the fireplace. That was not the upstairs, or that was not the great room fireplace. That was the upstairs fireplace. So there you go. Rick says, use the old stuff for remotes. It is all contained in one portable box now, which is wonderful. I wish I could like take everybody technically through the setup, but our engineer Trevor is a magician. He's unbelievably good, and just made the whole kit where you literally just pull it out, zip it up, put the cord away, and off you go. You're off to your next stop. It's that easy. But it is it gets jostled around. So every now and then you got to fix a few things. Rick says, don't forget you can listen on WOZN, the app. You can listen online too, WOZN. Listen at, thebillmichaels.com. Angela says, ha, you have two. Nice. Two. Oh, fireplaces. Actually, Angela, and I'm not bragging because I don't even use them, but I got 4. 3 of which are wood burning and 1 of which is gas. I've got 1 on the landing when you walk in the door, and I've got, believe it or not, I know this sounds arrogant and whatever, and you're going to go, oh, God, but I've got a full wood-burning fireplace in my bedroom as well. I think I've used twice since I moved in. I'm always afraid I'll go in there, lay down, and I'll fall asleep, and an ember will fall out. And next thing you know, they find me the next day, and there's a bunch of charred bill laying all over the joint. So, yeah.
By the way, if you need someone to house sit and keep watch over the place and get some of that wine.
Now, let me ask you this. Are you here in town when for Thanksgiving when Rachel's here?
So I don't know what our plans are for the holidays yet, so I'll have to figure that out.
You can stay at the house, and the house, by the way, will be decorated for Christmas. Because by the time we get back, we only got 2 weeks. And then the Christmas party hits. So that's why we got to get everything done now before we leave, because when we get back, the only thing we'll have left to do is go get the Christmas tree. Kristen, this year's weird because we wanted to find a place that would let us like tag a tree right now. Anywhere in the Milwaukee, Waukesha, whatever area. I was looking for this. And I found a place called, I think it's Snow Kiss Trees. And they said, yeah, come on out, tag it. And we'll make sure that it's held for you until you get back. You can come and cut it down. I said, okay, great. They have beautiful trees. I mean, beautiful. But they're for the great room, it's just not big. None of them are big enough. They're all 7-foot, perfectly manicured trees. If you're looking for a Christmas tree, I couldn't recommend them anymore. I mean, they're beautiful, but they don't have. I need like 8 feet, big, fat Christmas tree for the room. Otherwise, it looks like I put a stick in the middle of the room. It's because the room's so big. So we needed a big one. So we went to look at tree, and we can't find a place that'll let us tag a tree and maybe wrap it in saran wrap or something so nobody cuts it down. And then that way we can go back and get it. So when we get back into town, man, that very next day, I got to run out somewhere and cut down a Christmas tree because we've got 4. I absolutely refuse to have my main tree as a fake tree. It's got to be real. It just has to be. The tradition of my dad and myself and my mom and the family going out and cutting down the tree. And we've done it for years. We did it on our property in the woods. And now I go to tree farms or whatever, but I just, and I don't want to get into the debate. No. Stop. People are saying, well, do you believe in a fake tree that's going to last forever? Or the money you spend on it? No, I'm not doing that. I love a real tree. So, but now I got to get back because by the time we get back, because a lot of people go cut them down on the weekend of Thanksgiving. That's like family traditions. You get done with your meal, you watch football on watch football on Thursday, Black Friday sales, and then go cut your tree down on Saturday or Sunday. And especially since the Packers aren't going to be playing that weekend, you go cut your tree down. So anyway, long story short, I got to get back and get the tree. So that's the only thing we'll have left to do. So if you want to stay at the house, you're more than welcome to. And everything now is fully stocked and ready to go because we're putting everything together for the Christmas party.
I just feel like I should make sure that nothing's poisoned, everything's in tip-top shape, all the different boozes and liquors and
Absolutely. Stuff. Absolutely. By the way, and this morning, again, I go to my favorite place. I walk in. I had to pick up a bunch of different. A longtime friend of mine, first time in 15 years, he's coming to Wisconsin, and he's coming for the Christmas party, and he drinks Dos Equis. And that's all he drinks. So I thought, okay, I got to go out and get some Dos Equis. So I went this morning and I'm checking out and I asked the girl behind the counter, I said, hey, anything new come in? And she knows me. So she smiled and she said, yes. She pulls out an old bottle of Weller. And normally it's a Weller 24 and single barrel, normally $300-400, and I scored it for $189. I was out of my freaking mind. It was like Christmas came early. So I might even do a little bit of that before tonight or after tonight. So I'm looking forward to that as well. All right, let's do this. We went far too long with my waxing nostalgic about just a bunch of crap. So we got Chuck Freeman coming up at the bottom of the hour. We're going to talk some Brewers baseball, talk some Craig Counsell. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show. It's all coming up right after this.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
to have you back. Friday edition of the Bill Michaels Show. Appreciate you being with us today. This portion, by the way, this portion of the program brought to you by our good friends over there at Stoley's Hog Alley. Now, I have told you about the salted rye bread they use in their fish fries, and yes, they have it. So if you're looking for a good fish fry tonight, that's the place to go. Stoley's Hog Alley in Oconomowoc. Same thing. Stoll's Old 109 up in Watertown, both run by terrific people in Jeff and Alicia. And a great place, both of them. They've renovated both of them, and they're both gorgeous, and they really know how to take care of you. Venice Beach Road in Oconomowoc, that's Stoley's Hog Alley. Technically, it's Summit. And then there's County Road R in Watertown for Stoll's Old 109. Both places fantastic if you're looking for good fish fry. Coming up tonight, welcome back to the program. And got a lot of different Mark said when you're talking about cutting down trees, oh, blank, why does Snoopy come to mind? Snoopy went out into the woods, too. He chopped one down, put one on top of the doghouse. That wasn't bad. I'm getting all of these people that are saying real trees and fake trees and save the money. And I can't get into the tree debate. I'm sorry. I can't. Is that not the typical FM question every year? Hey, everybody, welcome back. And we've got a little Metallica coming up. But before we do, you tell us real or fake Christmas trees. We'll be back right after this. I can't do that. No. It's like getting to the Mount Rushmore of sports figures in the state of Wisconsin. I can't do that crap either. This is from Troy in Elkhart Lake. It says, I know Rob doesn't, but I do believe that LaFleur is on the hot seat. His team has to at least play better, fundamentally unsound football right now, not good enough and not being coached good enough. It was interesting listening to you guys talk. You should do an Ask Me Anything segment. That I would do, because then that's interactive. That I would do. But you know, the other stuff, you know, hey, Rafe, I know I'm not doing that. Not doing that. 877-867. But appreciate the email though. I believe that Matt LaFleur is frustrated like everybody else, but do I believe he is on the hot seat? I've said all along, the only way I believe he's on the hot seat is if he loses the team. If the team just flat out quits. That's why I look at it this way. This game, in so many different facets coming up this weekend, is if it's not a must win, it's a must play better. You know, if they lose this game 38-33, that means the offense actually did something. Unless, of course, you got 3 defensive scores. You got to see this team play better. You have to. It's been 4 or 5 games of just ineptitude and the same old. You know, you can say one thing about, you know, inexperience, but at some point, if you don't learn from the same mistakes that you're making over and over and over and over and over again, then obviously the talent's not there or the coaching's not, one of the two. Now, holding penalties, that's one thing. But if you got guys running the same routes and, you know, jumping off sides because they're trying to get a jump because they're just inept and they can't, you know, do certain things, or, you know, the quarterback doesn't know the cadence for, you know, the quarterback sneak, or whatever. I mean, you know, stuff that we've already seen. We can discuss it ad nauseum. But if you see the same old, then you can say, yes, there's an issue. But I think that there's a lot of things that need to be corrected sooner rather than later. You can't let this linger. You can't keep losing games in the same facet. And you can't keep starting out 3 quarters slow and turn it on in the 4th quarter and go, okay, here we go. You just can't do that. 1, you're putting way too much pressure on your defense. And 2, if you're sinking by the same mistakes, same play calling, same fear of running your offense, then what do you say? So there's a lot of reasons they need to perform well. I'm still not picking them to win the game, but there's a lot of reasons they need to perform well. Completely agree. 877-867-1670. Jan says, yeah, that'd be a great idea. Ask you guys anything. Okay. Well, maybe we do at some point. That's not something I really want to do today. We got a lot of good stuff today. We got Mike Clemens for the last hour of the show. We got Chuck Freeman coming up. We got Jim Owczarski is going to be joining us. Jim, our guy. We've sealed the deal. We've signed the paperwork. The X's, the O's, everything's T's crossed, I's dotted. Jim Owczarski is our guy this year, talking Bucks basketball. We'll talk some Bucks basketball with him as well. So got a lot of that coming up. So no time today for the What About Us segment. We've already done that. So I appreciate it, though. I'm glad there's an interest, as opposed to you going, you know what, I'm going to turn over classical radio and just sit back, sleep, and maybe drink myself to death because I don't want to listen to Bill and Grant. So I'm glad about that. But yeah, we're gonna press on today. Stay tuned. We got a whole lot more coming up next. Chuck Freeman, Locked On Brewers podcast. Well, we're gonna pick his brain. Yeah, Craig Counsell. The Craig Counsell 2023 managerial tour has begun. Stay tuned. This portion of the program brought to you by our friends at Steel Tank Brewing, getting ready to open up the big music venue out there in Oconomowoc, right behind the Exonia Bank. Steel Tank Brewing and Pub on the front side, and they've got the big music venue on the backside. Plus, they've got a great big hall that you can rent in the middle if you want to throw a small holiday party or reception of some type or rehearsal party of some type, whatever it is you want to do, even your holidays, for your meetings, for your company out in that direction. Check out our friends at Steel Tank Brewing. Dave and the gang, great people, a lot of good craft brews, and the food is spectacular. That's Steel Tank Brewing, right behind the Exonia Bank off of 67 in Oconomowoc.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Great place right on the riverfront, downtown Milwaukee, is called Northern Lights Event Venue. Now, I know it's a little bit late. If you're already looking for a place to host your holiday party, it might be gone, but you can still try. And if you have, say, a rehearsal dinner, small wedding reception, and you're just looking for a picturesque place to do it, you can, because some people say, well, I don't want to go near the river or the water during the winter months. Think about a nice, beautiful, snowy night. And you got your guests coming in, and all the garage doors and everything are right there in front of you, the big giant windows, and you see the entire cityscape with snow falling. I mean, that's kind of cool too. Don't forget. NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. That is NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. And Bob and his staff, they are just awesome people. And they can cater everything in, full open bar. They've renovated it. It's very modern, but yet very, very cool. Upstairs, downstairs, the whole deal. And it's got a great place for a photo shoot and everything. So check it out. NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. That's NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. Let's bring him in. Our guy, Chucker. Our buddy Chuck Freeman from Locked On Brewers podcast. You can find him at Chuck Freeman over there on Twitter, or X as they call it. Good stuff. Freems, how you doing, pal?
Oh, doing great. I'll tell you, Northern Lights, what a great ring to it. It just it just sounds like a cool place with that kind of name.
It's extremely cool. And they opened it up in the summertime. They have music on the river walk right down there, really right there at the bend in the Milwaukee River as it heads down towards the Summerfest grounds, right there in the bend of the river. It's a really cool place.
Oh, that sounds like fantastic.
Hey, speaking of music, by the way, is there a concert that for any group or rock band or anything that is from 1995 or earlier, is there any band that ever comes to the state of Wisconsin that you don't see?
You know, it's funny, Bill, because last night I went to go see Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers band. I mean, they were a huge country band in the late 70s and 80s. And, you know, back then, they could have been playing any major arena they want. Well, you know, some of these bands today, they're playing the smaller venues.
Yeah.
And but with Larry Gatlin, they don't come to Wisconsin very much. They don't come to the northern states very much. But they were in Wisconsin Rapids. They've been in Wisconsin Rapids twice in the last 5 years for whatever reason. So we drove up there last night on a school night, fourth row, and Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers band, just like they were in the 70s. Just fantastic.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I love it. A couple weeks ago, drove to Christopher Grand and the Dells, you've been there and saw Air Supply. So, some of these smaller venues, we got such beautiful ones in the state of Wisconsin. And, in Rapids, I thought their venue, their Performing Arts Center, just a terrific spot.
Awesome, and I live vicariously to go to concerts through you guys. So I'm always watching your Facebook page for all the pictures, man. Speaking of being on tour, we got Craig Counsell is on tour. So give me your thoughts as he goes from the Guardians to the Mets and possibly to Houston. And in the meantime, they're trying to figure out what they're going to do here in our own backyard. Chugger?
Did we lose Freems? I'll work to get him back.
He's off to another concert, I guess.
Yeah, he just wanted to talk about the music, I guess. Give me a sec. I'll see what happened.
Something happened. I hope he's okay. I hope I got to admit, while I'm sitting here talking to him, I felt like a rumble here in the house. Did we have like an earthquake, a small, 1.2 on the Richter scale, and suddenly maybe it was worse somewhere else, and Freems' telephone poles or something were knocked down, or cell towers were knocked over. I don't even know if they use telephone poles for telephone wires anymore.
All right, Freems is alive.
Freems is alive. Good to have him back. Freems, there was a little vibration here in the house. I thought we had an earthquake and maybe your cell tower fell over or something. So just making sure.
No, you're right in the middle of a question. All of a sudden you went blank.
Okay. So you tell me, speaking of being on tour, Craig Counsell out and about, Guardians, Mets, possibly Houston. Meanwhile, here in our own backyard, they got to figure out what they're going to do. So give me your thoughts right now.
Well, it's funny. I thought for sure he was going to the New York Mets. You would have asked me 2 days ago, I would have, yep, he's going to the Mets. But apparently now, he's going to give it sounds like he might give the Brewers a chance to match any offer. Now, pay $10 million for a manager seems a little ridiculous.
Right?
Something's up with Freems. I got to figure out if he's having issues or what, but I can't call him back 4 times in this interview. I think he's just at his house. I don't know what the issue is. What the hell is he doing?
Freems is in the bathroom, and every time he flushes, he puts us on mute so we don't hear him. And that's what it is. God. That's what I'm discovering about Freems. I think that's where he's at. Alive. He's hanging out in the bathroom.
I don't know what his issue is. Let me talk to him off the air a second. Like, is he in a tunnel and he didn't tell me? I don't want to have him keep dropping out. That would make for an awkward interview. So let me see what the deal is.
I don't think he's in a tunnel. I believe that he's in a bathroom, and every time he flushes, it not only one, he puts us on mute, but two, I think it does something to the waves coming off of his cell phone as they attach to the metal arm of the toilet tank flush ball. And I think that's what it is. I think I'm trying to I deciphered my own problems from yesterday, and it was one wire. So I can only assume that that's what it is where Freems is at.
Well, do you remember a couple of weeks ago? Because throughout the baseball season, we talked to him every Tuesday at 12:30.
Yeah.
And one Tuesday, he was just in the shower. And I'm trying to call him. It's like, why is it always the bathroom with you, Freems? It's always something related to the bathroom.
Always something. Freems is, I don't know. Freems has got weak bladder or something. Who knows? I'm glad it's nothing else, put it that way. But there you go. So we will get Freems back on because I do want to talk some. And like he said, and I said this the other day, I thought that it was either going to be the Brewers or nobody. And then when he was going to go interview with the Mets, I thought, well, maybe it's a ton of money. Maybe that's what it is. It's just they're not willing to pay. Then as the tour begins and there's rumors that maybe Houston could come calling, and then you got the Guardians and the Mets. And I'm thinking, maybe this is a Mark Antanasio saying, go see what the value is, and which is not a great way to do it because that's what the Bucs did to PJ Tucker. Go see if you can get a contract somewhere else and let us know. And then maybe we'll match it. And they didn't. And obviously the rest is history. And PJ Tucker now is a part of the James Harden trade going out to play for the Clippers. But maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe he's like, hey, look, I really don't want to leave, but I'm being offered this, and this from all these different teams. Here's somewhere in between. Can you match it? And see what happens, go from there, see what happens. And maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe that's what we're witnessing right now. So I don't know. Maybe let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back.
Well, we got Freems back. I'm a little worried that for whatever reason it's going to drop again. But Freeman says he's got 5 bars, so we can try it one more time.
Let's do this. We'll break, and then we'll make sure we got him on, and then we'll come back so we have a full segment with him. That way we don't have to rush him through the next couple minutes. So let's do this. We'll step away. We'll take a quick break. Chuck Freeman's going to join us eventually. I know. I think what it is his 8-track tape player of the Gatlin brothers is screwing up our frequency. So he's going to have to stop the 8-track. That's what it is. I've kind of figured that out too. More of the Bill Michael Show coming up next.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michael Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details on rents 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Welcome. Bill Michaels Show. And we were talking some Brewers baseball before whatever happened, and signals got dropped and wires got crossed and such. We got our buddy Chuck Freeman on the line from the Locked On Brewers podcast. You can find it anywhere and everywhere on your podcast, YouTube specifically. But also you can find him at Chuck Freeman over on X, on Twitter as well. And Freems is back. So, Freems, before we lost you, I know that you were kind of getting into the explanation that you thought for sure that Craig Counsell was going to be a New York Met manager, but kind of rethinking that now?
Yeah, I just think that some of the things, that's coming out of there but if he's got to come back to Mark Antanasio, he comes back to Mark Antanasio and he wants $10 million. Will Mark pay that? Now, you and I both know millionaires, and those guys could be some of the tightest guys around. I don't know if Mark will depart with $10 million because he was paying him $3.5 million last year. All these guys got their budgets for different parts of their organization. But when you hear that David Stearns is now talking to other candidates, I wonder if he got a little signal from Craig Counsell that, he's not 100%. His heart is 100% in New York. Now you hear he's out there, and I heard that there's some question whether or not, that he and his wife like New York, but whether or not he wants to really actually move from Whitefish Bay.
Right.
And he's got a house out in the lake out in Waukesha County as well. I don't know if that's public knowledge, but he's got a couple of houses in the Milwaukee area that he wants to move out to the Big Apple, even though he likes it out there.
It's a different life, that's for damn sure. And it brings a different pressure. Not that he's afraid of pressure, because the guy's played in the World Series not once but twice. But when it comes to managerial, results, they're on you within the first month as to whether or not you're doing a good job. So I guess depending on what the circumstance would be, I could see Craig Counsell maybe balking at it. A couple of people that I talked to, Chuck, and you tell me if you've heard the same thing, say that he just really, really wanted to win a World Series in Milwaukee. Just like really, like his whole heart and soul was into winning a World Series in Milwaukee. And it would be really hard for him to leave. Especially, don't get me wrong, he wants to have success. But if the one person said to me, he still feels like there's unfinished business here.
Well, I can see that. And he's trying to do something that how many other guys have tried to do,
right?
And they just can't finish the deal. Right. There's so many managers who've come through. You need a lot of things to work right in a small market to win a World Series. And that's unfortunate because of the baseball economics. Mm-hmm. In New York, though, they had the highest payroll. They had a manager who won over 2,000 games in Buck Showalter, and they still couldn't get it done. Whether Counsell can go out there and David Stearns now going to form the kind of team that he thinks is a championship level team, we will see. But I think, though, he wants to. We've all seen the pictures of Craig, taking pictures with the Molitors and Younts as a kid growing up and all that. And his dad worked for the organization, John, and he would love to win it in Milwaukee. But gosh, it's just so difficult to get it done. Yeah. It's tough enough winning a playoff series. We haven't done that the last few years.
Right. No, I completely agree. Now, I know there's a lot of questions off season, and there's arbitration, and there's decisions to be made because you're not going to have Brandon Woodruff next year. Do you want to hang on to Corbin Burns? Do you want to continue to forge forward? All that kind of stuff. So you tell me, what do you think is going to look new coming into 2024?
Third base, first base. We'll see if they're going to keep Adames. He's got a club option for this upcoming season. There'll be a decision made about him here in the next couple of weeks. That's who's going to be the number one starter next year. There's so many things. What is the exact outfield going to look like? Mm-hmm. Because there's a few guys out there who can play. Is Garrett Mitchell going to come back? Is Christian Yelich going to DH some next year? I think Mark Canha, where does he fit into this? The bullpen, there's might be a couple of parts out there, toward the middle of the game that might be switched. Devin Williams is going to be your closer, and Payamps and Figueroa are going to be part of it. But I just think, we're going to see, you can see a whole new face next season. Some of the parts will still be there with the young guys, but what veterans? I don't expect them obviously to be a player in the free agent market. The top guys, obviously. But I just think there's going to be a lot of, the corner spots for sure. And as I mentioned, maybe even shortstop, and who knows what that starting rotation is going to look like. And of course, Brandon Woodruff is not going to pitch next year. That's another spot you got to fill.
Yeah, the offense is one thing they got to fix, but now with no Woodruff in that rotation and the possibility, the very real possibility of losing Corbin Burns if you decide to trade him away, they got a lot of work to do then in that starting rotation. So I can see a lot of different things happening.
They do. ESPN put out its all too early polls, Major League Baseball poll, the power rankings, right after the game the other night. And, they had the Brewers when the season ended, finished, they were 7th out of all the teams. They're 16th right now.
Wow.
They're 16th. And they don't know who their manager is going to be either.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously that's
so there's so many things.
Yeah. They got to figure that out.
Yeah, there's so many things, though.
I really hope that I hope it all shakes out and Council's back. That's my hope. I think to give it another run. Now, if Council's back, let me ask you this. If he's back, you would assume that he signs a 3-4 year contract. So then he's in. Now, do they start to kind of tear it down a little bit to build it back up? Or do you say, hey, we got Craig for 4 years. We got to go for it over the next 4 years?
Well, I think going forward, you can only do that only so often. You got young guys. So I think they're going to grow with these young guys. You won 92 games with Joey Weimer playing center field, batting 208 for most of the season. You won 92 games with your second baseman batting like 220, playing great defense though, but you were so reliant on your pitching staff. And when you got question marks with the top half of that starting rotation, is that bullpen going to be as great as it was this past year? This pitching staff was the best in baseball. There's no doubt about it, both with numbers and the eye test. But I think they're going to still stay the course. I think that's the plan. I think that's what you have to do. They're not going to just trade their younger guys. They're just not going to trade a bunch of their younger guys to get veterans with expiring contracts in here. They might trade one or two. They could. I mean, because they have a lot of bodies out there in outfield. But I don't see them going out there and just giving. They're not going to do what the Bucks did and go out and get a 34-year-old backcourt guy, Damian Lillard. They're not going to do one of those type of things. They could do that during the middle of the season by the trading deadline, but they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that in the offseason.
The quiet period has ended for Major League Baseball now in just a couple of days, and everything's done. So all major announcements and trades and such can be announced if there indeed there is any. Is this when we expect to hear that Council is figuring out what he wants to do?
Well, I think what's going to happen on that, New York, today's, the day on a Friday, the news dump Friday. I don't think anybody's ever going to announce it in news. I would think that the news would probably be announced maybe the middle of next week after football's done. Let football clear, and then maybe, the news comes out next Monday or Tuesday, I would say, maybe next Tuesday. But still, I think he's weighing his options.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be a lot quicker than this, Bill. I thought, there was going to, as soon as we found out that the Mets had asked permission to talk to Council, that we'd see something done in the next couple of days. But, the longer this goes on, the longer this goes on, the better I think the chances of the Brewers keeping him are.
Chuck, it's always good stuff. I appreciate it. I live vicariously through you at every concert. You and Shannon have a great time, and hopefully you're able to figure out the Christmas party to make yourself available this year, because it's promising to be a hoot nanny. So,
Michael's, of course, we haven't gone to a concert since REO Def Leppard 5 years ago.
I know.
But as always, the invitation is always out there.
Yeah.
You're always welcome. We always love having you. You're always a good time.
Well, we definitely need to get together, and I know your kid now is 28 years old, so he can probably watch himself.
He's 12. Yeah, sure. 28 years. Yeah, he's 12 going on 28 sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, buddy.
It's been a long 12 years.
So we hope you can make it. I'll talk to you, I'm sure, real soon once some decisions are made, and then we'll kind of go from there. All right?
You got it. Anytime.
Appreciate
Have a good
it,
weekend,
pal.
Bill.
You too, buddy. There you go. That's Chuck Freeman. You can find his stuff. Locked On Brewers podcast. You can find it on YouTube. You can look for it. You can find him over on Twitter. You can see the links there, all the pictures. You can follow Chucker over on Facebook. But Locked On Brewers podcast, that is the Locked On Brewers podcast. Now, coming up the next hour, we're going to talk with Jim Owczarski of the Journal-Sentinel. He is our guy, locked, signed, sealed, delivered, and he is going to be our guy throughout the Bucs season. We'll talk with him when it comes to Bucs coverage. And tonight, the mid-in-season, mid-tournament, whatever the hell kind of crap they put together is tonight. Fiserv Forum, the Knicks are in town. So that's going to be an ESPN game if you're heading downtown Milwaukee tonight. Looking forward to talking to Jim a little bit about Bucs basketball. And they're getting into the point where people are starting to raise an eyebrow going, wait a minute, is this team going to play some defense? I'm not worried yet. My worry level is maybe at a 3, but we'll talk to Jim about what's going on. That's coming up in just a little bit. Stay tuned. A lot more of the Bill Michaels Show. I can't believe it. 2 hours down. Count 2. 2 hours down already. 2 hours down. 2 hours yet to go. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
Well, the Packers back on the field for practice for the final time this week as they get ready to host the Rams. Everyone on the roster practiced yesterday, though running back Aaron Jones still did have a red no-contact jersey on. That is not expected to keep him from going on Sunday as Green Bay looks to avoid a 5th straight loss as they take on L.A. Kick on Sunday is at noon. Turning to Wisconsin, they're going to head to Bloomington today. So they'll take on Indiana tomorrow morning. Braden Locke going to make his 3rd straight start. Those numbers aren't huge. He's been steady in the first 2 starts. He's done it despite being hit with a bunch of less than ideal situations, including dealing with injuries, drops, and sloppy play. But Coach Luke Fickell thinks it's going to help the redshirt freshman grow.
There's a lot of things he's doing really well. It's one thing to be a young quarterback and to have some stability around you. It's another thing to be a young quarterback and have not much stability around you. So I think we're giving him every possible trying situation and adverse situation that we can. That in the long run is going to do nothing but make him even stronger.
Status of running back Braylon Allen remains unclear. He's battling a foot injury. If he can't go, Jackson Aker would start for him. Kick tomorrow is at 11.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
As a proud sponsor of the WIAA, Rural Mutual roots for all of Wisconsin's student athletes. Whether they're a hometown hero or they dream of the national spotlight, sportsmanship keeps Wisconsin strong. Visit ruralmutual.com/WIAA to learn more about how they support high school athletics.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
Well, the Bucs will open up the NBA's first in-season tournament tonight when they play the Knicks at Fiserv Forum. It's the first of 4 games Milwaukee will play against the other 4 teams in its group to determine who will advance to the knockout rounds. And the Wisconsin basketball team can open its season Monday against Arkansas State. With this Wisconsin Sports Zone Network update, I'm Zach Heil.
2 hours down, 2 hours to go. The Bill Michaels Show. Back at it. Good to have you on board today on this Friday edition. And good to talk to Chuck Freeman. And which kind of begs the question, are you thinking with what's going on right now regarding the Brewers that that's just kind of a wait and see? They got the general managers meeting coming up, or not general manager, owners meetings coming up. I believe it's next week. As a matter of fact, next week is the owners meetings, or excuse me, the GM meetings. The GM meetings is going to be it's Scottsdale, Arizona. They do it at a really nice resort out there. So that's coming up, and then They've got coming up as well the deadline for teams and players to make decisions on contracts. Also, the, quote, quiet period comes to an end, and Major League free agents are free to start signing with any club. As of 4 o'clock Central Time, coming up, I think that is Monday. Monday is when it gets underway. So if there's going to be free agents out there, maybe clubs are going to start talking to them. It's also the deadline for clubs to start tendering qualifying offers to those that they want to bring back. And then you've got December 4th through the 6th. The winter meetings are going to be in Nashville, including the Major League Baseball draft lottery will play out. And the Rule 5 draft is going to be on December 6th. So you've got that as well. And then you've got, you get into January, February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. February 14th. Brewers pitchers and catchers report to spring training. So before you know, it's going to be here. We got a lot of stuff left to go. Don't get me wrong. A lot of football, a lot of basketball. We've got bowl games. We've got holidays. And then all of a sudden Super Bowl and boom, bang, right there. The very next week, pitchers and catchers going to be in spring training. So there you have it. 877-867-1670. And don't forget, you've got some of the contract options. You got Mark Canha. He's got a $2 million buyout, but $11.5 million club option coming up. The lefty Wade Miley has a $1 million buyout, but a $10 million mutual option. Usually, because it's a mutual option, mutual options not both sides agree. So Miley might think he's worth more. The Brewers might think he's not worth more. So that one's going to be interesting. Shafin, the lefty, he's got a 7.25 club option, 7.25 million club option, and the lefty Justin Wilson has a $2.5 million club option as well. And Canha and Miley, as Adam McCalvey put it, they're interesting. Both productive veterans who brought something important to Milwaukee on and off the field. The Brewers do have an abundance of other outfielders, including their crop of just graduated guys like Garrett Mitchell, Sal Frelick, Joey Weimer, but all deserve, and he believes they're all going to get big league bats next year, but Canha could still fit if the Brewers see him maybe as an option over at first base, or you can move him around. And as for Miley, the mutual options rarely picked up, like I'd said, but it does happen sometimes. Aramis Ramirez and the Brewers agreed on a reunion in 2014, for example, and Miley loves pitching in Milwaukee. The Brewers have a need with so many question marks in their starting rotation. They may not want to let him go. So Wade Miley could end up remaining as a Milwaukee Brewer. And the arbitration eligible players, by the way, for those that were asking, Corbin Burns again, Adrian Hauser, Hobie Milner, Joel Payamps, Devin Williams, Bryce Wilson, Brandon Woodruff, Willie Adames, Rowdy Tellez, Abraham Toro, and outfielder Tyrone Taylor. Woodruff coming off a $10.5 million salary in 2023, going to miss the entire year of 2024. So we'll see if his agent, Bo McGinnis, and the Brewers can work things out. In the meantime, Corbin Burns, obviously, Rowdy Tellez, I got to think that's probably not going to happen, but just some things to think about in regards to the Milwaukee Brewers. So there you go. This is from Mike Campbell, who says, hey, Bill, Wednesday's huddle was the best ever. Great guests, lively crowd, cute blondes, and a marriage proposal. It had it all. It did. It did. We had that. If you're watching on the camera on Wednesday night, people were noticing a couple of the female patrons, I guess. And then one guy said, is she single and can I marry her? So we did have a marriage proposal. It was a wild show. It was good. No doubt. It was really good. Our buddy Steve says, next weekend when you're at the Distillery in Grafton, I'm going to be at the Sendix in Grafton selling poppies for the American Legion. Please ask everybody to donate. Thank you. Remember all the veterans. We are going to be at the Distillery in Grafton, not this Sunday, next Sunday when the Packers are in Pittsburgh. Excuse me. We're going to be at the Distillery with a watch party. So come on out, watch the game. We're going to be doing the Green and Gold postgame show live from the Distillery in Grafton immediately following the game, 3 to 5. and we'll be there in conjunction with their efforts to raise funds for Fisher House, Wisconsin. It's Veterans Day weekend, and we hope that you come out and support us, support the veterans, enjoy the Packers watch party, maybe some good food, a beverage or two, and all those proceeds portion of the proceeds go to Fisher House, Wisconsin. So the distillery kind of putting their money where their mouth is. And my buddy Tim, who is the GM over there, he's a great guy, and said, hey, would you come out and help us? And, hey, if it's for veterans, I'm there in a heartbeat. So we're going to bring the entire show, the postgame show, live to the distillery in Grafton coming up next Sunday. So if you don't have any plans from Sheboygan all the way down to Milwaukee, West Bend, and everywhere in between, come on by and say hello. We'd love to have you at the distillery in Grafton next weekend. So that's going to be a fun time too. And there might even be maybe an appearance by one Grant Bills. We shall see. We shall see. Not promising anything, but you never know. The thought of a little bit of food and beverage for Grant and company
Damn it.
may entice him to come north and maybe do the postgame show with us.
Oh my God! Just offer him some free food; he might turn up.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I'm going to ask Mike today. I think Mike is going to Pittsburgh, but if Mike doesn't go to Pittsburgh, we could have a trifecta, which would be nice. But we'll find out. I know Mike is on his way. I think Mike's on his way to Lambeau right now. But yeah, we're going to touch base with Mike, and we'll ask him in the next hour if he is going to. I would assume he's going to Pittsburgh. It's not that far. It's not even a bad drive, to be honest with you. So I would assume he's going to Pittsburgh, but we'll see. We'll find out. But if he's not, we'll get him to join us. We'll get him to join us for sure. This is from Amber, who says, great show today. Yesterday's show was a cluster. What the hell happened? Amber, after all was said and done, if you listen to the first hour of the show, after all was said and done, all the technical heads got together, engineering got together, Microsoft people got together, Restream IT people got together, myself. We all collaborated via Zooms and everything else in this room. It turned out it was a bad cord. So I pulled the cord out of my backpack that I used to charge my phone with, plugged it in, and the damn thing worked. So, Amber, it was a cluster. The mental giants that were, including myself, were thinking way too deeply when sometimes it's the simplest thing. And that's exactly what happened. So thank you very much for reminding me yesterday was a cluster. Oh, my goodness. Getting back to the Packers, Joshua says, how are we supposed to get better when the young guys have no idea how to play this offense? And now they are now they are supposed to lead us. What the hell is he thinking by letting some of the veterans go? Well, he only let one veteran go. Okay. And granted, it's tough. I get it. When you've got an outspoken leader in your locker room and suddenly he's not there anymore, that leaves a void. There is definitely a voice void in that locker room. But when it comes to the offense, the only thing you can do is rely on one another, get into that room and work collectively, challenge one another to be better. I know that over the years, and I'm going to use a baseball analogy, but I've known this at times, that you look at guys like in the bullpen, or even go back to, the group of starters and such. When Trevor Hoffman was here, Trevor Hoffman used to challenge guys on strikeouts, used to challenge guys on base hits, on ground balls, on flyouts, and they would have a pool. Basically, they'd throw a little bit of money into a pool, and guys would try to outdo each other. And so there was almost a competition. So it was added pressure, but it also brought the focus and the concentration of everybody together. I know back in the day when, the Reds back in 1990, Jose Rio got everybody together in the pitching staff. And they put a pot of money together, and whoever had the most successful sacrifice bunts, whoever had the most strikeouts, whoever had the most ground ball outs, whoever had the most scoreless innings. And they had a pool for everything. They had money in that thing too, but they all dug in and it became competitive. And that was kind of the focus. The going out and facing a team's big hitter was no big deal, was facing the guys in the dugout, and they got into it. And lo and behold, they became one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And they went on to win a World Series, sweeping everybody, and swept the mighty A's back then with the Bash brothers. So it happens. And much like with baseball, the Green Bay Packers, that rookie receiving room, that inexperienced receiving room, they can all get together and start challenging one another. No false starts, no drop passes, or maybe for every drop pass, you got to put, $500 in the pot, or, whatever. I mean, but things like that start to generate concentration. And maybe it's something. Now I know, football is going to say, well, that's illegal income and, whatever, but it goes on. And so maybe something like that. Somebody needs to step up and challenge the guys in some way other than just critiquing them on the football field as far as like practice goes. But really, let's be honest, Wednesday through Friday is when you win a game. Sunday is merely the result of what you did Wednesday through Friday. So if we keep seeing drop passes, guys not concentrating, holding penalties, false start, delay of game, all that stuff, if we keep seeing that, then I got to believe that's Wednesday through Friday, man. And that's where preparation becomes prevalent. And if you're not getting in good preparation, then who do you start to look at? Who do you start to look at? Is it the guys or is it the coaching? That's where I think when you asked me earlier about whether or not Matt LaFleur was on the hot seat, I kind of fall in the same. I'm not as firmly entrenched in the same realm as Rob Reischel, who was with us earlier, but I lean to that a little bit more because he will get a little bit of a pass this year. But next year, all bets are off. But the fact that Rob is putting together an article, and I'm going to be really interested in reading that article when you talk about the draft choices, the talent that's on the field, guys that are good, guys that are average Joes, and guys that have been kind of busts. And that's, boy, I tell you what, when he started to reel that off today and started to go through those players, and I'm like, wow, yeah, you might have to start looking towards the front office.
This is why I asked you a couple weeks ago, Bill, whenever that was, I said, what's the best draft pick Brian Gutekunst has? And, Elton Jenkins, Jair, or Sean Gary, but none of those guys are awesome. They're very good, right? But has he gotten one guy who can completely take over a game, a game breaker type?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nope. Not at all. Not at all. There's, and that's what I said. Is there a game changer there? And, you can talk about a guy like a Tyreek Hill, a guy that can break it open, or a TJ Watt, or a Nick Bosa, or a Max Crosby. You can talk about a tight end like a Travis Kelce. Now, I think Musgrave has a pretty high ceiling, and I'm excited to see him grow. But for all these guys that have come into the league, that have busted into the league in their rookie campaign as high draft choices, maybe not even high draft choices. At times you can get a second or third round guy. But when you start looking at this and you look at guys that come into the league as draft choices, and, Nakua, perfect example. Nakua was drafted in the 5th round this year. 5th round, which means everybody in the National Football League passed on him 5 times. In the 5th round, they found this guy, and he's unbelievable. He would be your top dog right now on this team. He's polished. He's a good runner. He would be a starter. He's not out of a big program. He's out of BYU, but that would be a guy that I would have looked at and said, hell yes, he's got all the intangibles. When you look at a guy like Nakua, and again, the Packers passed on him, but this guy's 6'2". He's 6'2", just over 200 pounds, and he's got amazing speed, and he runs a route damn near better than most ones on many teams. How did this guy get so far gone? Don't get me wrong. I like what Jaden Reed brings to the table, but I'd take Nakua right now over anybody on this Packers roster, and yet missed on him. 877-867-1670. Hit us up. Got more of the Bill Michaels Show coming up right after this.
Ready? This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Welcome back. Good to have you. The Bill Michaels Show. We are on the air. And don't forget about our friends at Boondocks Barbecue Burgers and Brews. They have got weekly specials. And we got to get I'm going to talk to Tom. We're going to get a show out there, whether it's a huddle or it's going to be a post-game show, one of the two. But we're going to be out Boondocks at some point. Faux show. And they got a lot of good food out there. Great place. I know that the outside, party patio and stuff is closed, but the inside's big. And the one thing I love about Boondocks is that veterans, if you are a veteran or a military member, you go in and show your ID and say, I need a table. And if they're really busy, they will always get you a table in the veteran room. That is, you get first come, first serve for that veteran room. So you take a priority. So if you are a veteran, you go out and show your ID, they put you right in the veteran room. That's just so cool. Cool that they do that. Not a lot of places do that, but they do, and they believe in it. So Boondocks Barbecue Burgers and Brews right there on County Road K in Oconomowoc, Stonebank, Wisconsin. Find them over on Facebook or just go to Boondocks BBQS, boondocksbbqs.com. Good stuff there. Coming up bottom of the hour, Jim Owczarski. We're going to talk some Bucks basketball with Jim coming up. So we're going to get into that discussion, talk with him about his level, if any, of concern to try to get this team looking a little bit better. They just haven't figured out the defensive prowess yet. Not that they have a lot of defenders, but they have not played good defense. It's very much wash, rinse, repeat from last year, where they get off to a lead and then they give up that lead and then they got to make a furious comeback. And we talked about it yesterday. Their losses have been by, anywhere from 15 or more. Their wins have been by very few. So they got to figure this out. And we'll talk to Jim Owczarski about it coming up here in just a little bit. Max says, looking forward to the show at Burkle's. You're going to be there on Sunday, right? ? Yes, we will. Burkle's one block over. And hopefully we're talking about some progress via the Green Bay Packers, something we can hang our hat on, to pardon the phrase, steal the phrase from Matt LaFleur. Need to hang our hat on something. So, yes, we're going to be at Burkle's one block over immediately following the game, 3 to 5. And hopefully you are a face in the crowd. He also says, I'm glad you don't post a bunch of weird stuff on Facebook. I watch your stuff there and on Instagram. Great pictures from the Halloween party. No inspirational posts. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're against them. The whole thing with inspirational posts, I get it. People post stuff if you have an emotion or a feeling, what was the one I read the other day? The best sound I've ever heard are my footsteps walking away from toxic people. And it's like, okay, the bottom line is that if you need all of that to become inspired, then something's wrong with your life, I guess. But to me, it's like, go treat everybody the way you want to be treated, live your life, work your ass off, do the right thing. And all the other garbage that's circulating around the world right now, maybe it just doesn't invade your world. I don't know what else to tell you. Yes, Grant.
Well, I was just going to chime in and say that was a funny comment to me. It's like, thank you for not trying to inspire me every day. Thank you for just leaving me alone. I will say, and I don't know if you noticed this, but I can go on Instagram or I can go on Facebook every now and then. If, I don't really open up my TikTok account that often, but every now and then there too. And I get, and maybe it's because you'll like something and it starts to come to you more via the algorithms. But I get overwhelmed with this inspirational stuff. And you know what else pisses me off? Name 4 things you can live without. And there's like a list of 20. Like during Halloween, it's always the same old crap. Out of these 4 candies, what do you eliminate? Who cares? I'm eating them all. I'm going to the store right now. I'm eating them all. I'm not eliminating everything. My ass is going to be huge. I don't care. These things, name one band you could live without. What's the first band you would play if you saw a speaker set up like this? Who cares? You just wasted 30 seconds of my life by reading this crap. So I completely agree. Does that explain things? I like the Facebook videos that are the terrible home improvement tips that are only designed to piss people off and get them to comment. That's wrong. You're using the wrong tool. I don't know what it is about those videos. That's my garbage form of entertainment on Facebook.
You know what? I do watch some of the home improvement stuff just because I'm always looking for an idea. So I love that. Some of the, and the other thing that's gotten to me, I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to be negative here for a second as if I haven't been already, is when you start to scroll and you click on videos and then video after video after video. So like you'll get a video of like a friend driving down the road the other day in the snow. Okay. And then you get all the Karens. You should have your 2 hands on the wheel. Shut up. So you get that. And the other thing that I can watch and then it starts to bother me is the attitude of some people today, of whether it's young or old, the Karens of the world, People that don't want you to park on the street where it's a public street in front of their house that'll come out and try to boot your tires. And this happens. This stuff happens. Or you get those arguments like in a McDonald's where people just go off and suddenly a fight breaks out. And I've gotten to the point now, and I hate to say this, but if I ever had anybody in my face like that, where people just think that they can do whatever they want and say whatever they want to you, and you just have to take it. No, you just don't know with people today. I'm knocking somebody's ass out and I'm walking away. I'll end up in jail because just some of and it starts to bother me after a while, like really start to hurt my heart that people act like this. So I have to turn it off because what happens is you watch it one or two and then it all starts to pop up and it gets into your algorithm and then that's all you get. And so I got to turn it off. I will say one thing though. I love like watching comedy. I'll watch Jim Gaffigan. I'll watch Cat Williams. I'll watch, Kevin Hart from the old days, not the new stuff. His new stuff stinks. Larry the Cable Guy. I watch all that stuff. I love that stuff. So I always click like when I go past those guys because then I get more of it. Ron White's gotten really weird. So Ron White, who used to be part of the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, he's gotten a little bit weird. He's off the beaten path a little bit, but I'll watch all that stuff.
I feel like comedians can only keep up their shtick for so long. Like it's got to be hard to be a comedian because the world changes so much. And I don't know. It's hard to be a comedian and be on top of it and be hilarious and current for a long stretch of time.
It's funny because the way you look at it, and I did that for a very brief period of time in my life. The way you look at it is every day it's going to give you something new. It's how you look at it. Every day is something new that you can look at. Some things just work and you stick with it. But every day you got something new. It's how you interpret it. Because I listen to when I'm driving, because people always say, what do you listen to? I usually listen to one or two things. I'll listen to games. If there's good sports talk on, I'll find it. But I flip on Sirius XM and I listen to the comedy channels. That's all I do. And I've got a little dial in my car on my armrest that I just scroll. So I'll find something that interests me and makes me laugh because I'd rather laugh and feel good than get angry and frustrated and feel bad. Music's one thing, but that's what I do. I listen to this stuff. And some of the stuff is like, it makes you think. Not only does it make you think, but it makes you think and it's funny to laugh at. And I love that I love people that make me think, that make me say, I didn't see life that way, or I didn't see a situation that way. Or just explain it to me so much better because I'm idiot 101 and I need it. So I love that kind of stuff. Absolutely. They're talking about, I don't know what's going on over in the live stream. Suddenly I saw the term ayahuasca come up and it's like, okay, it catches your eyes and then you gotta move. Let's do this. We got Jim Owczarski. We're going to talk some Bucks basketball when we come back. And I want to ask Jim, what his level right now, if at all, of concern is with this team that, again, much like last year, get off to a big lead, give it up, fight to the death, and then all of a sudden walks away with a win. They're sitting at 2-2. Game coming up tonight down at the Fiserv Forum against the New York Knicks, but how long you got to kind of get this thing together? You know what I mean? This portion of the program brought to you by the Four Seasons Island Resort. They have a Christmas wine dinner coming up. If you have not ever done one of these wine dinners, they're awesome. The pairings at this last wine dinner they did for the fall that we went to was perfect. I mean, it literally was perfect. Everything complemented the taste of everything. It was outstanding. And I can only imagine what the one coming up for Christmas is. But the food was perfectly portioned. The desserts were awesome. The wine was incredible. And it's for one cost. If you are interested in doing something like this and you want to get up there on a weekend, a beautiful weekend up north, Four Seasons Island Resort, call our girl Barb because they have limited seating. I think it's only like 75 people that are involved in this. So call them 715-938-5110, 715-938-5110. Use the promo code Michaels15 and you can get 15% off of your room, not the dinner, but your room, which is awesome. Go up on a Friday and a Saturday and enjoy yourself. The Four Seasons Island Resort, or you can just check them out online as well. But give our girl Barb a call, 715-938-5110. We got Jim Owczarski talking Bucks basketball next on the Bill Michaels Show.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Welcome in, one and all, on this Friday edition. I've kind of gotten energized. I'm enjoying the show. The urge to drink has left for the time being. Woke up today sluggish, ready for a beer. So not the day, going to the gym, you never want to sit there and go, you know what? I think I wish these treadmills had cup holders for beer. So not the way you want to start your day necessarily, but feeling good today. We got more than a few segments left to go in the program. Next hour, Mike Clemens going to join us, talk a lot of Packers football. In the meantime, what's up with a box? Jim Owczarski, our guy on the ground at Jim Owczarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel covering the Bucks, joining us on the hotline. Jim, I'm going to start off asking you this. So I said people are concerned. They're like, oh, my God, this team doesn't play defense. They don't do this. They don't do that. You got to be outraged. And I said, I am right now at a concern level of maybe a 3 at best, because it's going to be a figuring out period. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, but look, it's I can't tell a fan how to fan, right? But this is somewhat expected when you fire a coaching staff that won 70% of its regular season games and you're starting over. I understand Adrian Griffin saying, hey, there's a foundation. I want to build on that. But defensively, it is a total redo. I mean, they're not running drop and they're not running the Bud stuff. This is all new things. So you're unwinding all of that the championship core has been used to for 3 to 5 years, incorporating a brand new starting backcourt. Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. It doesn't mean it's fun. As Damian Lillard said in Toronto, we don't want this to happen. It doesn't feel real good. But I think to a degree, some of it has to be a little expected. It looks worse than maybe anyone thought. So that's what's on the coaching staff now, is to try to tighten this up at least a little bit, so you're not having these blowout performances against some pretty bad teams.
Jim, when I see last year, and it was kind of one of those things that in the back of my mind, I said, store this, because I saw them play a lot of games, win a lot of games. They get off to these big leads. They'd be up by 20. You kind of think it's over. All of a sudden, you go into the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, you blink your eyes, and it's a 2-point game. And then they had to scrap and fight and claw to win ball games. And then it cost them in the postseason when they got off to big leads against Miami, and they ultimately frittered them away. I'm not saying that's the same this year, because it's a different group of guys. How long do you give this team to kind of figure out, there is no identity to figure out. We know who the shooters are. We know who who this team revolves around. But how long do you give them to kind of figure things out, how to play together with a little bit different chemistry now?
Yeah, it's interesting. So offensively, I really don't have any issues. I realize they're like sort of they're already a top 10 offense in these 4 games, even though, you're going to get your analytics guys saying they're not running Dame and Giannis pick and roll enough. There's a reason for that. They're trying to get everyone invested and involved. Bill, Chris Middleton is still on this weird minutes restriction. So I think your question is more defensive based. And look, a third of the season is 25 games. Is that too long of a leash to figure this out? I don't know. I don't think so. And look, you mentioned the big leads and giving that up. Again, one of the reasons Adrian Griffin is hired is because the Bucks ownership front office kind of got tired of the way things were going. And so how do you change that? How do you fix that? They have run so many different schemes and styles in these 4 games than Bucks fans have seen in 5 years. And that's, I think, Bill, that's the thing, right? You got so used to this one thing that worked really, really well. Mm-hmm. And now you're seeing a bunch of different things that right now, none of it's really working well. So so I get it. I think my gut, Bill, says I want to give it 20, 25 games to see what Adrian Griffin settles into, because I think they're just trying a bunch of different stuff. And unfortunately, through 4 games and specifically these 2 bad losses, it hasn't worked. But look, they beat the 76ers. They handled Joel Embiid, right? And like the Heat game, the Duncan Robinson and those guys kind of heated their way to a close game, but Jimmy Butler was a non-factor, right? So it's not like the ceiling's falling in here, Bill.
So you tell me, okay, first I got to do this because the commercial popped up in front of me. What in the hell is the in-season tournament? Can you explain this?
Okay, real quick. Starts tonight. They count for regular season games. This is just a regular season game, but it's this pool play, Bill. It's the Knicks, the Heat, Washington, Charlotte, and the Bucks. Long story short, if the Bucks sort of win these 5 games, they go to Vegas or they go to this play-in kind of tournament knockout round. They can win a trophy in early December in Las Vegas if they win the whole thing. Basically, Bill, it's a way for the league to try to get the players and coaches more invested in some of these regular season games to make them feel a certain way about it. Bucks fans going to Fiserv Forum tonight. They're going to see a brand new court at Fiserv Forum. Every team is going to have this to sort of show the fans that something's different. Really, it's European soccer style. Go to jsonline.com. I've got a primer for everyone there on all of this. But, Bill, it's really just a way to try to get these guys, teams and coaches and players, to care about games in November, December.
Yeah, I knew that's kind of what it was. And the problem is, and I get what the league is trying to do, but if I'm a team, Jim, if I've got a guy that's got a little bit of an ailment, that's one of my stars, do I give 2 damns about the in-season tournament?
My gut says no. We're going to see this for the Bucks, Bill, in a couple weeks. They've got a road game in Charlotte on a Friday. That's a cup game. They come home and play Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks the next night.
Right.
Both are nationally broadcast. Both fit in that requirement that the league wants these star players to play in. It's a back-to-back, road and home, not easy. What do the Bucks do? Technically, Giannis and Chris might get exceptions because they had off-season surgeries. So don't be surprised if one or both of them pop up on the injury report earlier in the week or something like that with some soreness. Bill, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Damian said something interesting. He said that he found out that if you win the whole thing, each player gets $500,000. And for a guy like Lillard, he was like, that's okay. Hey, I'll take it if you give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the two-way players get that, and that's almost their entire salary for the year.
Right.
And so Damian said, hey, we could take care of our guys if we win this thing, aside from just winning a trophy. So that'll be interesting, Bill. Like if you've got guys like who think like Dame, maybe, right? Because they're going to want to take care. It's like voting the playoff shares in baseball, right, Bill?
Right. No, I get it. Hey, I'm glad that, I'll say this. That kind of mentality goes a long way towards leadership of a team and inclusionary of a team and bringing everybody in, just not sitting on your pile of money going, well, I'm one of the stars, I don't need to do this. That goes a long way for some of those young guys that are working their ass off day in and day out. And those are the guys that you're going up against in practice that you're beating the hell out of, or they're beating the hell out of you, or you're just trying to get by and trying to do a semblance of something just to kind of get ready for the next game. That goes a long way. I'll say that. Give me your thoughts real quick on Adrian Griffin and, just kind of the way you've watched him coach.
Yeah, it's he kind of, I think it was a half joke yesterday after practice where he said, hey, look, this is a little harder than I thought as a first year head coach. And he's had his hiccups. Look, like last, 2 nights ago in Toronto, coming out of the half, Bill, he thought Chris Middleton was done for his minutes restriction. Someone told him, nope, Chris has still got 4 minutes left. So he kind of did a substitution for Brook 90 seconds in. Brook doesn't play to the fourth quarter because they're trying to figure something out with a small lineup. So, there's been we haven't really seen a timeout issue,
Right.
But obviously you can see that he's trying to work through some things rotation wise, scheme wise. And look, his hire was based a lot of on relationships and having open door policies, Bill. And, he had guys in yesterday to talk to him about what they're seeing, what they're feeling defensively, offensively, etc. So I think the style and his manner is very different from Mike Budenholzer. I think that's why one of the reasons why they made the change. You can see what he's trying to do. Now it's just he's got to help. He's got to get these guys in and doing it. And that's ultimately what the coach is there to do, right? Get them to do the thing. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, Bill, is still to be determined.
Good stuff as always, Jim. Enjoy that quest for the trophy play game tonight. It's okay. I get it. And I hope they win it for the young guys' sake, for the guys that aren't making a ton of money. I hope they win it for their sake. So good stuff. And then we'll touch base real soon. Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon. There you go. That's Jim Owczarski. Jim Owczarski, part of the Bill Michaels Sports Talk Network staff now. Him, Mike Clemens, our guy Chuck Freeman. We got you covered. Grant Bill's making all the money. We're just kind of getting whatever he pilfers to us, which is awesome. So there you go. Good stuff.
Making all the money? Wait, what was that?
You're moving into new apartments. You're, drinking out of boxes of wine. Hell, you got it going on, man.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. So we're going to break. We're going to come back. And then I don't know what the hell we're going to do, but coming up here in about 25 minutes, we got Mike Clemens going to join us, take us the rest of the way as we get ready for the, I know what I want to do. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask some people out there as well. Badgers going into Indiana this weekend, and Badgers winning, losing, and score. I got the Badgers winning this one. I really do. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about this weekend, as a matter of fact. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details on Rents 11/30, 2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
You got to hit it, bang it, rock it, put it in the pocket. Hit it, bang it, rock it, put it in the pocket. I said, hit it, bang it, rock it, put it in the pocket.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Got to say thanks to our friends for being a part of the program out there at J&L Tire and Service Center. JNLTire.com. That's JNLTire.com. Whether it's in Watertown or Johnson Creek, this time of year, you may have noticed on the first light snow of the season that your car slid a little bit. Sometimes it's not your car, it's your tires. And if you're looking for new tires, they're going to grip, going to have some structure to them, and keep you safe in the wintertime. And God knows we have winter times up here. Then you want to get a hold of them. That's our friends at JNLTire.com, JNLTire.com. They are voted the best tire dealer, and they want to say thank you for voting them the best tire dealer. That's JNLTire.com, JNLTire.com. Lyle and his staff are good people, and they do a lot of philanthropic work. They really do. They're great, great, great people that way. And they've donated a lot of time and a lot of money. So there you go. Hey, the Badgers this weekend after the, can we say moral victory last Saturday night against the Ohio State Buckeyes? I thought they played extremely well. I'd love to see some more offense, but I thought they played extremely well. I've got the Badgers winning this weekend, but it's not going to be easy. What I saw out of Indiana, they went toe-to-toe, man, with Penn State. Did a lot of good things. They more so defensively than offensively, but they were able to move the football, and they got creative. Some things that really, to be honest with you, I had not seen them do a lot of this year. So it's kind of some of the offense that I would love to see Matt LaFleur run, some of the misdirection. But they gave them all they could handle. So do I think that they're going to beat the Badgers? No, of course not. But if the Badgers don't play a really good game, they could get beat. So I'm going to take the Badgers in this one, something to the effect of 24-20. Might be a fair assessment. But I also think that the Badgers have found something in Braden Locke. And I like the way that he's throwing the football now. Goes back to, you're going to have guys open. You have time to throw the football. The offensive line seems to be getting better. And sometimes it's just a quarterback change that the offense gets better. Because maybe he sees things quicker, sees things different, gets rid of the football faster. So therefore that amount of pressure that you would normally feel might not be there because you're getting rid of the ball a little bit quicker. But I'm excited to see them play. I think it's 11 o'clock game tomorrow morning, but I'm excited to see them play in Indiana coming up tomorrow. So I've got the Badgers winning this game. Grant, what do you got? Who you got in this one?
I like the Badgers because I don't think they had a moral victory last weekend, but they didn't have a crushing loss that erased all of the good vibes and the progress that it felt like was made against Illinois. So I feel like the Packers had a great win against Illinois, good moment for everyone, and then they just maintained against Ohio State. They didn't get a win, but it wasn't a step back, it felt like. So I like the trajectory they're on right now.
Yeah, I do, and I think the game against Ohio State and the job that Braden Locke did, I think it kind of, for people that were going, oh God, is this air raid offense real? Is this going to happen? Because we want to judge quick. We want wins. We want them now. We want our expectations to be met. And it takes a while. It takes a while for the Packers. It takes a while for Luke Fickell and his staff. And I just keep saying, be patient. because I really believe this is going to be a very, very good football program, better than what we've seen in a while. It's going to be a very good football program, and you just have to be patient. I mean, obviously, there's some holes to fill. You and I can all look at it and go, okay, they need this, this, and this. But I really believe in what's going on out there. I have from the beginning, and I may not like the results, and I may bitch, whine, and moan, but I know what's on the horizon. I know what's on the horizon, so hang in there. Another hour yet to go. This hour, got to listen. Mike Clemens is coming up here in about 15 minutes. Mike's going to take us the rest of the way, and there has been a lot to unpack this week. Oh, my goodness. A lot to unpack. Stay tuned. Got a lot more of the Bill Michaels Show. Mike Clemens is going to join us. That is going to be coming up. Don't forget, we are going to be at Burkle's. One block over. Burkle's one block over. Coming up, the Green Gold Postgame Show live from Burkle's. Coming up after the game on Sunday. We hope to see you there as a face in the crowd. More of the Bill Michaels Show coming up right after this.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
Well, the Packers back on the field for practice for the final time this week as they get ready to host the Rams. Everyone on the roster practiced yesterday, though running back Aaron Jones still did have a red no-contact jersey on. That's not expected to keep him from going on Sunday as Green Bay looks to avoid a fifth straight loss as they take on L.A. Kick on Sunday is at noon. Turning to Wisconsin, they're going to head to Bloomington today. That's where they'll take on Indiana tomorrow morning. Braden Locke going to make his third straight start. Those numbers aren't huge. He's been steady in the first two starts. He's done it despite being hit with a bunch of less than ideal situations, including dealing with injuries, drops, and sloppy play. But Coach Luke Fickell thinks it's going to help the redshirt freshman grow.
There's a lot of things he's doing really well. It's one thing to be a young quarterback and to have some stability around you. It's another thing to be a young quarterback and have not much stability around you. So I think we're giving him every possible trying situation and adverse situation that we can. Then in the long run, is nothing going to do nothing but make him even stronger.
Status of running back Braylon Allen remains unclear. He's battling a foot injury. If he can't go, Jackson Aker would start for him. Kick tomorrow is at 11.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
As a proud sponsor of the WIAA, Rural Mutual roots for all of Wisconsin's student athletes. Whether they're a hometown hero or they dream of the national spotlight, sportsmanship keeps Wisconsin strong. Visit ruralmutual.com/WIAA to learn more about how they support high school athletics.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
Well, the Bucks will open up the NBA's first in-season tournament tonight when they play the Knicks at Fiserv Forum. It's the first of 4 games Milwaukee will play against the other 4 teams in its group to determine who will advance to the knockout rounds. And the Wisconsin basketball team can open its season Monday against Arkansas State. With this Wisconsin Sports Zone Network update, I'm Zach Heil.
Welcome in on this Friday edition, the Bill Michaels Show. Good to have you. Good to have you. We got a good day today. We've had a good day today. We got off to a really weird start because I felt like taking a nap, and then I got the energy going, and holy mackerel. Now I can't wait for the rest of my day this afternoon. Got a little bit of a dinner party to go to tonight. Badger football tomorrow. I have nothing on the docket tomorrow. We'll probably, I don't know, do a little shopping, watch some football, maybe smoke a cigar, continuing, to work around the house a little bit. Game on Sunday. Burkle's one block over Sunday afternoon after the ball game. Back home. Whew. Nice. I'm looking, and it's supposed to be warmer this weekend too. I think it's getting up to like 54 today. So it's not fireplace weather right now. It will be next week, but not right now. You don't have a fireplace in your apartment, do you? Grant?
No, I have a space heater, which if you close your eyes, it's kind of the same thing. No, I don't have a fireplace. I don't need to stay too warm.
I know there are places that have either the fake fireplace or they have like a gas fireplace where you just flip the switch and it pops on. So I have a space heater. That's awesome.
I normally keep it at like 59, 60 degrees in my apartment. I don't need to be warm. Like I just kind of prefer to be cold most of the time.
Right.
So I don't even need a fireplace. It's fine.
Yeah. That's funny. So it's not fireplace weather yet. So I'm kind of waiting on that. Just waiting on that a little bit. Big Spank says, did you ever mention the passing of Bobby Knight? Yes, we did. Right when it happened, actually, when news broke during the Wednesday night huddle. We talked a little bit about it. We mentioned it a little bit yesterday. Didn't, dwell on it too much, but I don't mean to bring it back to me, but my personal experience with Bobby Knight, Bobby Knight had 3 really direct impacts on my life. One, he looked like my dad. When my dad used to come to my basketball games and such, the rumors would fly when we would go into opposing gyms in high school that Bobby Knight was in the stands looking at somebody. And we would always, at first it was kind of like, oh my God, really? And we would all look out the door, before we came out onto the court. And they'd say, yeah, there he is right there. And I'm like, that's my dad. People thought my dad looked like Bobby Knight. And back in the day when they were kind of the same age, my dad just passed a couple of years ago. And my dad was 81. And Bobby Knight just passed at the age of 83. So my dad was the same age. So that was the first thing. The second thing is my dad loved Bobby Knight. My dad grew up in Indiana. Indiana basketball reigned supreme. My dad loved Bobby Knight. Was kind of on the same way of thinking. That's, my dad never choked me or anything like that or threw chairs, but my dad was very firm and also was a military guy. And so when I got to 7th grade and I was playing AAU ball and traveling all over the country, basketball, first thing my dad did was ship me off to the Bobby Knight basketball camp. So I got a chance to meet Bobby Knight, and my coach at the time, a guy named Jim Leon, also was there and got a chance to meet Bobby Knight. So, which was really cool, which was great. And then later on down the road, my very first ever gig covering sports ever. Now imagine this. I think it was 92 or 93. I can't remember what year, but it was at the Shoemaker Center, and Bob Huggins and Bobby Knight squared off, Indiana versus the University of Cincinnati. And I sat at the press table, the end of the press table. On one side of me is a guy named Walt Mayer. And I, to this day, take some of Walt's advice with me everywhere. Whenever I speak in colleges or I'm a guest speaker at classes. So for what we do. So Walt was sitting on one side of me, who was kind of like the grand poobah of sports in Cincinnati. He was the anchor for ABC, for the ABC affiliate. And then on the other side of me, as I sat down, one of my dad's idols, and obviously people here in the Milwaukee area know this gentleman, was Oscar Robertson. And Oscar obviously played at Cincinnati, and he was at a lot of games back then. And so Oscar sat down next to me, and I had a conversation with both of them. And I'm just like, pinch me at this point. Don't wake me up. I'm watching Bob Huggins, Bob Knight go at it. I'm sitting next to Oscar Robertson. The guy that I grew up watching on TV is sitting next to me, giving me advice. It was just a spectacular, spectacular night. And I watched Bobby Knight in the postgame presser just chew up everybody. They won, and they just chewed up everybody, So I didn't ask a question. I was too fearful. And then Bob Huggins came in, and the only question Bob Huggins answered, like legitimately answered, was my question at the time. And all I did was ask him about transitioning from the zone press that they had put on to a man-to-man and why he did that and this and that. And he really got into it. And what was really cool about the one thing about Bob Huggins was he never forgot that. And after we got done with the press conference, we were talking to some of the guys in the locker room, and I had mentioned, hey, coach, how you doing? And he said, I haven't seen you here before. What's your name? And I told him my name. And I said, this is my, first gig ever. So thanks for taking it easy. I mean, he looked at me and he said, well, you're the only one that made any effing sense. And I kind of smiled and laughed and moved on. The next day, to my office, there is a box that arrives, got my name on it, and it said, "Thanks for being here." And it was signed by Bob Huggins, and it was a picture of the conference of all the teams and a picture of all the coaches. And next to his picture in the coaches box, I still got it. It's still down in my gym. The frame has got all screwed up, but I still got it. And he signed that for me, and it was all that night meeting, Bobby Knight again for the second time as I covered that team. But Bobby Knight, an incredible career. It is an incredible shame the way it ended in Indiana. It was deserved. As much as I wanted him to stay, much like people at Ohio State wanted Woody Hayes to stay after he punched a kid from Georgia, and I think it was Georgia, in the throat. I can't remember if it was Georgia, who it was. But after he punched the kid from Georgia, it's a shame it ended that way, but it had to end. And he went on to have a tremendous run at Texas Tech. And, he didn't win another championship after that, but he's won 4 national titles, and he's the 4th winningest coach of all time in NCAA college basketball. The only thing that I would have liked him to do was be able to swallow his pride and say, "I'm sorry," a couple times. And he never did. Even when he was wrong and he knew he was wrong, he would stand on, poor ground. One of them was the way he treated Mike Krzyzewski over the years, Coach K. Some of the other ways that he had treated other people in the administration, treated people, former players. He was a very, very hard guy. But I remember later in years when I covered one of the Big Red Machine reunions, Johnny Bench had spent a lot of time with Bob Knight. Bob Knight, because Johnny Bench loved to hunt, loved to go fishing, and they would go fishing together. And Bob Knight was a fisherman and loved to go bass fishing on the lakes in Indiana. And so he and Johnny Bench used to do this little Midwest show. And Bob Knight did it with a lot of different guys, but Johnny Bench was his recurring guest. And I remember Johnny Bench talking about him, about just a completely different guy away from the court, and always wanting to learn, wanted to know how you did what you did, what was successful, how you figured that out. I mean, he was always that guy because he always wanted to be more knowledgeable. So it was weird because he was an intellect on one hand, and on the other hand, he was just this, kind of an irate lunatic. So, but yes, we did cover the passing of Bobby Knight. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. Again, 877-867-1670. Sam, how was Marshfield? Didn't get a chance to stop by and see you. Glad you were back in the area. Don't be a stranger. You know what? I would love to come back. We had a blast, and the crowd was awesome, and it's been far too long for us to be away for another 11 years. So, yes, we will definitely be back. Definitely be back. No doubt about it. Good to have you. So thanks for asking. This one's from Jason, who said, was that the best moment ever starting your career that way? Yes. Because, Grant, do you remember your first assignment as a sports guy?
To cover sports?
Yeah, like that was my first experience. Like the first time I was, and back then I was working at a television station. So I wasn't doing radio, I was doing TV. So that was my first, here's your credential, go cover this. That was my first experience. What was your first experience?
So I didn't have early experiences covering things. I did radio in high school. I did color commentary for our high school football team my senior year. So that was probably my favorite. But, I'd go talk to the coach, once a week in his office, and he, scared the hell out of me because he was an intimidating guy, and I was some knob that ran cross country. Like I wasn't a big football kid. So that was the first thing I ever covered was, spring training last year, because I grew up hours away from Green Bay, hours away from there was nothing to cover. There wasn't a professional sports team or a college sports team or anything like that.
Okay. No, I get it. It's good. Like you said, it's more geographical than it is anything, but yeah, which is still cool. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I think I said Woody Hayes got canned for punching somebody from Georgia. And I think it wasn't an SEC player. It was an ACC player, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was back then it was, God, what was it? Wasn't the Orange Bowl. I think it was the Gator Bowl. It was the Gator Bowl. I think it was a kid. It might have been Clemson. Oof. Clemson or Florida. I think it was Clemson, but it might have been Clemson or Florida State. Anyway, but I wanted to make sure I kind of corrected myself a little bit. All right, let's do this. We're going to bring up the man, the myth, the legend coming up next. Mike Clemens is going to be here. We'll talk with Mike the rest of the way about this game coming up, the week that was, and the game coming up. Stay tuned. We got a lot more of the Bill Michaels Show. It's all on tap coming up right after this.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Yeah, the Bills, I would say, have made as many calls about cornerbacks or defensive backs as anyone over the past several days. Not a lot of chatter around Rasul Douglas, but now sources say he heads to the Buffalo Bills, and he is someone who really can change a game with his ability to go get the football, to make plays on the football. That is what he has done the last several years, and now the Bills get another talent on defense.
My initial reaction at first, because Goody called me at first, I thought it was like a joke to me because he ain't say too much. He just was like, we're trading you. It was over. The conversation was over. I just hung up.
Welcome back to the program. Rasul Douglas is shuffling off to Buffalo. Mike Clemens brought to you by the Bay Motel in Green Bay. Quiet, cozy, comfortable, just a mile from Lambeau Field. Perfect for a family stay in the Bay Family Restaurant featuring homestyle cooking 7 days a week. 7. The Bay Motel right there on South Military Avenue in Green Bay. Call them today for reservations, 920-494-3441. 920-494-3441, or go online to baymotelgreenbay.com. That is baymotelgreenbay.com. Good stuff. Our guy Mike Clemens now joining us on the hotline to take us the rest of the way. And Mike, still, I guess, this team on Wednesday comes back. They have to kind of feel the void and then move past it. And now they've got a game coming up on Sunday where they've just got to look better, man.
It was Tuesday, Halloween, and about 2:30, the NFL deadline at 3 o'clock. And I'd been sort of keeping an eye on it, but then it's like, okay, I thought maybe earlier in the day, maybe the Packers would pick up somebody, I don't know, a receiver or a safety, some other need that they had. And they got to be 2:30. It's like, okay, Green Bay's not doing anything. And I got a text at 2:55 while I'm driving. I had to pull off the road. Rasul Douglas to the Bills? Well, right. This is wrong. I had to pull over the side of the road. And I've been mentioning to you on your show and our other shows on the Zone in Madison, like, listen, this is going to rock this locker room. And they're like, oh, there you go again, over dramatizing this. It's dead up here, Bill. It's like a visitation in that locker room this week. There's no zip anywhere. And so Rasul Douglas arrived in Buffalo, had his first practice, and talked to the reporters out there. And he talks about, Tuesday afternoon, he gets a phone call that says it's Brian Gutekunst and he's been traded to the Bills. And he thought it was a joke. Here's what he said.
My initial reaction at first, because Goody called me at first, I thought it was like a joke for me because he ain't say too much. He just was like, we're trading you. And then, like, it was over. The conversation was over. I just hung up. You know what I mean? And then, like, I'm sitting there, and then, like, Mark Murphy called me. And, like, he got a voice that's like, it's him. So I'm like, oh, nah, this ain't no joke. And he was like, yeah, we're trading you to the Bills. He was like, man, I just want to say I appreciate you. Thank you for everything. And I just like, oh, okay. He's like, man, just come up here, see everybody real quick before you go. So.
It's funny, Mike, first of all, that he thought it was a joke and Goody didn't call him back. Goody's like, hey, this guy hung up on me. And he had to have Mark Murphy call him, So first of all, that's kind of funny. And also kind of sad because like he said, you could hear it in his voice where he went, oh, this is real. Like he didn't want to leave.
And on Tuesdays, Bill, Matt LaFleur wants these guys to go home, rest up, take a mental break, go see your families, whatever. And so, Tuesdays around here, Lambeau Field are kind of a ghost town. And so Rasul now, he goes in to start picking up the stuff. Guess what? Guys start coming in. They're hearing the news. Guys like Aaron Jones come in to say goodbye. Keyshawn Nixon. These guys have grown to be close in the secondary. Darnell Savage. And Rasul talked about, it got tearful.
Tuesday, like, we're not in the building at all. So when he called me and said he got traded and the news like came out, it's so crazy because no one was there in the building. And then like guys like came to the building to tell me like bye, like players. And I remember just sitting by the sauna, and me and Aaron Jones, we kind of had like a little emotional. We both cried, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, like it's over. Cause like that's like a guy I knew before the league. And me and him kind of like we kind of not been through something, but been through something together. And how his family was and my family. So, and we played against each other because he got drafted to Packers, I got drafted to Philly. And we used to play against each other. And he always was like, bro, you're gonna be a Packer. The way you play, like you're gonna be here one day. And then it happened, and how it happened was just crazy. So we had a little emotional moment there. And then I went over my boy Keyshawn house, Key and Sav house, and had another emotional moment. But yeah, it was tough.
Mike, again, we talked about it doesn't seem to be a coincidence that the guy that was outspoken and kind of had some things to say and point fingers in some different directions, is the guy that's gone. And, now that speculation, they are doing anything and everything they can to tamp that down and say that has nothing to do with any of this. I don't know what I should believe or shouldn't believe. But nevertheless, that is the prevalent thought by many that this guy was just outspoken and, he may not be here for the rebuild, but, he was a guy that said, hey, it's not just the players on the field.
No, and I think also listeners have to remind themselves that these guys get in, they're competitive, their agents get them millions of dollars a year to play ball. But once they get on that field, it's a question of, can you live through the pain and can you play this game for the guys next to you? And can we achieve that goal together? These guys, these teammates, these are the guys I want to go to a Super Bowl with. And you tried there for 2 or 3 years with Rodgers and all the free agents they brought in, and they came up short, right? They lose to the 49ers, they lose to Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. But this kind of a move in the middle of this season in a 4-game losing streak, you know what that says to Aaron Jones and these other guys? Like, well, what does that mean for me?
Right.
You know?
And Aaron Jones took a pay cut to stay.
He did like $6 million.
Right.
I mean, everyone's looking around like, well, how big is this rebuild gonna be? And what are we doing? I mean, Jair's had a bad back for 4 weeks. We put in the rookie who flashed during camp, Carrington Valentine. He got scorched in the first series against the Broncos and Russell Wilson. What in the hell is going on? That's what's going on with these guys. And I've been talking about on the show, like, man, we're hearing things about coaching. We're hearing things about disappointment going in the locker room. Well, okay, so was Rasul Douglas who was talking to us, and he was on the record too. We had to bleep him out a few times. And so he was asked by the people in Buffalo, hey, our friends in Green Bay say that, some of these post games this last month you made during the Packers losing streak is, you've been kind of out there, right? Pretty out. And he says, you know what? There's a lack of leadership in Green Bay.
Yeah, I was just trying to lead them boys out there. But coming here, and it's a good locker room, and they got leaders. So I don't think I have to do that job here. I don't think that's my role here. But
what about the Packers? A lot of Packers listen. There have been some comments when they can't believe you're gone.
Yeah, I said we all can't believe it, but I mean it's reality. So I'm missing too. That was a home for me. You know what I mean? So yeah.
You know what he's saying, Bill? He's saying, I walk out here in the Bills locker room, I had Von Miller and Micah Hyde from the Packers.
Yep.
The guy that the Packers gave up on because they thought maybe he was too slow a safety. He's still playing for the Bills. He's going to the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, and that's just it. And like he said, there's a lot of leaders here. I don't have to be a leader. I have to come in and do that job. Whereas he talks about, those guys needed a leader. There's not much leadership inside, whether it's the walls at 1265 or just inside that locker room specifically. So it's also a very good glimpse inside that locker room, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I could go on for an hour of stuff that guys are telling us about what in the hell is going on here. I mean, what really is going on?
Right.
So Rasul Douglas is a guy who's been around 2 or 3 different teams. He actually was on the roster when the Eagles won their Super Bowl. And he's with the Cardinals. He gets to Green Bay, and he sits in front of Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur says, "What do you want to do? How can we make you a better player? Here's your profile. Let's put you in position to do that." And even Joe Barry. And so Rasul talked about how his career as a player changed once he got to Green Bay.
It was valuable. I had a coach who actually knew the game and taught me the game, and they allowed me to play the game how I play the game with no restrictions. It was, you do this really, really well, better than a lot of guys I've coached, and I've coached all pro guys. So I'm going to let you do that, but I'm going to coach that for you to get better at that. And that was just it. He just gave me the freedom just to play football.
Interesting. So he just he got freedom to kind of do his own thing, which, for him it's paid off because he was a practice squad guy when they picked him up, right?
Yeah. And he got 2 picks against the Cardinals, that saved them that game when they really needed the win. And he got paid. They gave him a contract. He thought this guy was going to be around another 2 or 3 years, at least till he's 28 right now. He leads the team in interceptions since he got to Green Bay. So, one last thing. I just before they tried to end this press conference the next day, I went to LaFleur and said, I'm trying to make sure that there wasn't something that happened in a meeting room, something that was said, something going on like that. And here's what I asked Matt LaFleur.
Hey, Matt, Rasul Douglas went from a pretty quiet guy when he first got here to a vocal leader on your team.
Yeah.
He gave us some pretty frank answers about his assignment for the last 3 or 4 weeks. You could see other players coming to him. Did he step over the line? And what
Absolutely not. Now I want to shut that down right away. It has nothing to do. I think he's been a positive impact in that locker room. So absolutely not.
And what's the guidelines you say to your team veterans like that when it comes to what they say in the meeting rooms or what they say to us?
No, I don't sit there and micromanage what people say. And certainly we have a message that I give to the team every day, every time we talk to them, and about the things that we need to do a better job with, or the thing, just all that stuff. But, these guys they're going to say what they need to say. But I think most of the guys are all about the right stuff in that locker room. And Rasul is certainly one of those guys.
Mike, interesting for the fact that they say they're going to be allowed to say what they want to say, but yet you've got another player saying, well, I don't want to say anything and get in trouble.
I mean, losing tends to bring this on. And something from the top down, from Mark Murphy on the top, when the baton was handed over from Bob Harlan, it's like, we're the Green Bay Packers, okay?
Right.
We don't have this crazy stuff going on, guys getting into fights in casinos and guys being on work. We're trying to be like Lombardi's Packers. We're trying to be good for the community, good representation of the National Football League. So, you're always kind of sensitive that there might be something going on. And there have been times where, dudes are acting weird and not staying in line, and they just suddenly disappear. And I've pointed that out, over the years. But I'm convinced that, Gutekunst apparently has a long list of things to do, and he's making some pretty dramatic. I think Gutekunst knew this was not going to go over. I just kind of, I can't help but think about the Josh Hader trade. And there was a team that was in first place. And what that did to that clubhouse.
Mike, let's do this. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We got Mike Clemens on board with us. Good stuff and intel coming out of the Green Bay Packers locker room from Mike. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. 2 more segments yet to go. Stay right there. We got more of the Bill Michaels Show next.
Ready? This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
The all-new Potawatomi Casino Hotel has something you gotta see. Play more slots and games, and you could say, show me the money, to reveal up to 10 grand each Thursday. 800,000 in prizes is up for grabs. 40 winners each week. This October and November at Potawatomi, Milwaukee, when you're ready to win, just say, show me the money. More info at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think everybody in the locker room was pretty surprised by it. You know, it's tough. It hurts. Rasul is a key part of the team, great leader and a great player. So everyone hates to see him leave.
I didn't expect Rasul to be gone. He's a vet and he's made a bunch of plays throughout his time here. But that's just the NFL.
Welcome back. Good to have you. The Bill Michaels Show continuing on. If you've got any needs when it comes to shuttles to downtown events, Packers game coming up this weekend, whatever it happens to be. Stenny, second to National Walker's Point. Also a really good fish fry, by the way. But fantastic wings. And the Bill Michaels garlic cheese bread and the home of the award-winning Bloody Mary. And if you have it, you'll know why. Stenny, second to National Walker's Point, as they say. You should be here. Going back to him, joining us on the hotline is our guy, Mike Clemens. So, Mike, now Joe Barry is left to kind of clean up the aftermath of this. No Rasul Douglas, not a veteran to rely upon back there. You've got an up-and-down season with an injured Jair. You're getting Devondre Campbell back, but he's been a little bit nicked up this season. Man, it's not easy going right now if you're Joe Barry.
No, Devondre Campbell was a very nice. He had like over a dozen tackles in his first game back after ankle injuries last year, and then a high ankle sprain to start off this season. So he's a welcome sight back. Quay Walker, by the way, today on the exercise bike. I don't know what's going on there because he wasn't on the injury report last night. But Joe Barry, they're keeping these opponents, except for the Lions blowout. Matt LaFleur said, if my defense keeps us to 20 points, we should be winning the football game.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start talking about trying to give Jordan Love a fair look, it would help if you got the ball back to him, right? Give him more chances, more bullets in the chamber. So Joe Barry comes in yesterday, and he's usually a very positive, upbeat guy, and it was different. It was different about 4 or 5 o'clock last night. And so we had this, we brought him in for a little press conference, and, we wanted to find out, so who are you going to replace Rasul Douglas with? Is it going to be like the rookie Carrington Valentine, who, as I said, gave up a big play right early on in the Broncos game, or Corey Ballantyne?
Mm-hmm.
And here's Joe Barry.
How we doing? Great.
So pretty obvious place to start. How's the secondary change without Rasul?
You gotta, first of all, it was a joy coaching that kid. It really was. We basically came in, I think he got here, my 5th game here. And just the impact that he made on our team and our locker room, obviously not only with his play, but with his leadership, and just an unbelievable football guy, a guy that loved ball, guy that was, always talking ball, always working on ball. He was phenomenal for the young players. So I want to thank him for everything that he did. And we will truly miss him. But, it's the nature of the business, unfortunately, in a situation for us. But what a great opportunity for, the Valentines of the world, the Ballantines of the world. They're going to get an opportunity, and hopefully they'll take advantage of it.
When did was he a part of the decision to go ahead and let him go, or was he just told, oh, by the way?
Bill, he's so screwed. Are you kidding me?
Right.
It's like we're into November football. And now we're talking about, we got competition that going on. It's like it's the training camp that never ends.
Right.
We gave a guy in the prime of his career for a 3rd round pick, for like your 5th pick at the top of the draft next year. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Are we preschool here in Green Bay now? What exactly are we? So Joe Barry said, yeah, Joe, when did you find out that Rasul Douglas just got traded to the Buffalo Bills?
Tuesday's a big game plan day for us. So, the trade deadline always falls in on a Tuesday, which is a player's day off. And honestly, it was, I've never been involved. I've been, in 22 years, I've been involved in trades, both where we've received players, but also lost players. Of course it's always shy. It's like, oh, really? Wow. But in the same breath, it's part of this business. You understand that, you kind of brace yourself for that. But yeah, it was shocking in the moment.
Matt LaFleur is trying to win games. He's trying to get an offense back on track. And the one thing that's kind of kept him in ball games has been the defense to a certain extent. I'm sure Matt LaFleur didn't take it real well.
No. And Gutekunst will say, coaches, they always complain when we make these changes. It'll be fine.
Right.
You guys will coach them up, and you'll still be reading, half the playbook to them Saturday night in the team hotel. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
It's all good.
But Gutekunst was asked, So what did Matt LaFleur say when he found out that you were trading away Rasul to the Bills?
Matt and I talk every day, multiple times. So when these things come up, I kind of keep him up to date with what's out there and what's going on. And, he understood. I mean, it was, again, there's no coach that wants to list any player this time of year, right? I mean, it's just you've trained them, they're ready to go, they know what to do. So, but at the same time, he, especially when the offer got to where it was, I think he understood what was going on. So, again, whenever coaches spend time with players and train them and have relationships there, it can be difficult. But Matt and I talk through these things on a daily basis.
And I thought whoever asked the question, it was very solid, and that might have been you. I don't know, but the question was basically, now you're getting rid of the guy that was kind of the leader, the guy, like you said, Mike, it's almost like a wake up there right now. So you get rid of a popular guy in the locker room when you're trying to tell everybody you're still trying to beat LA, you're still trying to win, but that's not the message that's being sent. How do you keep everybody kind of on the same page now?
Because here's what Brian Gutekunst is trying to do. Goody is trying to say to the locker room, now, yeah, we know you're stunned by this, but here's an opportunity, and we're watching, and it's November, and around Thanksgiving is when we sit down, we start planning out who's going to be here next year and who's not. So if you'd still like to be here, here's your opportunity. So, we're sorry you're upset about Rasul. At the same time, Gutekunst is like this, man. Look at what he's got to do next year. He's got to find a new left tackle. Because Bakhtiari ain't coming back. He's got to find himself a safety. And the way things are going, he may need all those picks that he's picking up to trade up, and I don't know, get a quarterback. So Gutekunst right now has said, all right, so you kind of wrecked the morale in your locker room that you traded away a popular veteran player. Do you care about that reaction?
Well, no matter what adversity you have, I think it's really important to keep the locker room tight. And I think that's very, very important. And to understand that this is not an easy league and that the only way you get out of, situations is to keep working and keep coming together. So I think that's important. And I think also to kind of, maintain the expectations of what they are around here. I think that's really important. Again, the excuses of being young and all that, it's easy to fall back on those things. But I don't think we have any time for that.
Could you explain the value you see in that third-round pick now with your current situation? How that was to you in your mind, more worth for what your needs and where you're going than keeping a veteran player. What you can do with that third-round?
Sure.
And do you think that there's a great class coming that can fill your needs when you get there next round?
Yeah, there's a pretty good class coming up, but it's more about that's a 4-year contract, 4-year rookie contract. It also frees up significant amount of resources from the cap for next year as well. So I think it's everything that's involved in that, and then just kind of looking at our team right now and some of the young guys that need to play and making sure we know what we know there as well. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. But again, we're trying to beat the Rams. That's the number one focus right now this week. But from my aspect of it, there's always a little bit of, one eye on the future as well.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, guys.
We didn't really answer the question. I have listened to that now like 4 times, and then it's like, what? That was completely like, don't look behind the curtain. The Wizard's doing some things we don't want anybody to see, but yet pay attention to the big giant wizard out front. And Mike, I get that it's, the thing of rookies and youth and all that stuff. And I said that this week. I said, look, you basically have Luke Musgrave and Jaden Reed. Everybody else has played in the NFL that you've got out there for the most part. So the whole, argument of youth at this point, other than just the sheer number of age, it's kind of out the window. But in the meantime, it's your vital positions. It's wide receiver and tight end and the inexperience of quarterback. And they're trying to figure this thing out, man.
Bill, we've got guys that are on the show that just live for the draft. They're constantly talking about the draft year round and the points and the numbers that are involved, et cetera. But I'm just talking about, you're trying to win football games. And Rasul Douglas is supposed to help you win football games now and for at least another 2 years in Green Bay. And why do you take a proven guy like that and get all excited about a 3rd-round pick? I don't understand that. And that's why I said, really, what's the value of a 3rd-round pick? And you know what he said is? A rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still in salary cap hell.
Right.
So I'll get us another corner next year in the draft, maybe in the 3rd round or something, and I'll save myself some money. That's what he's trying to deal with, because you know what? He went against the grain the Packer way instead of all draft. He spent all that money on the Smith brothers, on Adrian Amos at safety, on Billy Turner at outside line, and he renewed other contracts along the way as well. Kenny, he just spent $107 million on Rashawn Gary on Monday. And the Buffalo Bills call back desperate, and he ups it, and he gets a 3rd-round pick, and he thinks, all right, I've been able to get some of that capital back, and to have I'll take a 22-year-old version of Rasul Douglas. That's what he's banking on. In the meantime, the penalties were just ridiculous over the weekend. They're getting worse each week, and they have 9 penalties for 99 yards, all offensive drive killers. And so I asked Luke Butkus. He gave me a great answer. He said, you know what? It's our technique. If you put your hands in the right way to make an effective block, not only are you going to complete that block, but it'll be a legal block. So we don't really talk about penalties. We talk about the right way to do things. And that way it gets sort of out of the player's head. Okay, and I took that. They had an ineligible man downfield after a spectacular catch from Romeo Doubs at the start of the game out of Rasheed Walker. And then they have benching him. And then the guy that you replace him with, Yash Nyman, grabs the face mask and kills another drive later on in the game. So listen, you remember how Rodgers talked about how much he liked the energy of Nathaniel Hackett and the Austin Power clips and meetings and all that? I asked Adam Stenovich, the offensive coordinator, so what's it like to coach this team full of rookies?
You have to teach them how to be a pro and how to go about things and how to go through a season, how to go through game weeks, how to do everything. So yes, it definitely pulls back the things that you're allowed to do, because you really have to break it down to the basics and go. So the one thing, that you're always looking for is leadership. And with a lot of young guys out there, that's going to be the thing that we just got to find these guys who are going to step up and take the reins of the offense. And there's some guys that you're starting to see that. I mentioned Josh Myers doing a really good job with that. And it has to be in every position group where you kind of get these guys that are going to rise up and take control of the room and kind of, hey guys, follow me, let's go. To go out there and just be consistent.
Let's do this.
Boy.
Yeah, it's kind of like you. First of all, that guy sounds like somebody just shot his dog. Oh my God.
No, seriously. Think of Dan Campbell and that staff and the Lions and the results he's getting.
Right. Yeah, this is like everybody's going to the pulpit to say something nice about somebody who just died. That's what that sounds like. Let's do this. We'll step away, come back. Final segment. Mike Clemens joining us coming up right after this.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, from groceries to utilities to gas, prices keep going up. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin can dramatically help lower your energy costs year-round by replacing drafty windows and doors in as little as 6 weeks. And now you can save even more by taking advantage of no interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Bring the love of Wisconsin's outdoors in through the beauty and quality craftsmanship of Pella Windows and Doors. Whether you're updating or upgrading the look and comfort of your home, Pella has extensive lines of customizable options to meet your needs and your budget. Replacing drafty windows and doors can dramatically lower your energy costs. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin offers some of the most energy efficient windows in the industry. 0% interest and no down payment for up to 36 months when you order by November 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 11/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
When my time on earth is gone and my activities here are past, I want they bury me upside down and my critics can kiss my...
The poetic Bobby Knight passing away this week at the age of 83. We talked about him a little bit earlier. Joining us, Mike Clemens on the hotline to kind of round out the rest of the day today. And so, Mike, he's an icon, man. I mean, what do you say? Whether you loved him or hated him, I mean, the man was a success. He went out in an ugly fashion. He did not age to the point of apologetically, and I'm sure he slept peacefully in the way he wanted to go.
We met Bob Knight at a Legends of the Lombardi event in Milwaukee about 2006. And so there was Bart and Max McGee, Jerry Kramer, those guys, and Chuck Mersine. And he wanted to talk to Chuck Mersine, a guy who came off the bench who made 3 key plays to set up Bart for the winning quarterback sneak to win the Ice Bowl. And he said, Bill Parcells and I was at Bill's house in Texas watching the tape of that game. You guys were tremendous, looking for the essence of competition. Mm-hmm. Now, the Raiders fired their head coach, Josh McDaniels, after just a year and a half because Mark Davis, he wants a fiery guy, like a Dan Campbell guy, like a Bobby Knight guy. So he's put in Antonio Pierce as linebacker as the interim coach. We'll see how he does. And Antonio's with that Giants team that beat the 18-0 Patriots in the Super Bowl. Rich Bisaccia was asked, would you go back to Vegas to be the Raiders head coach again?
The question's coming, right? I know the question's coming. I've in all seriousness, I'm trying to dominate the controllables in my life. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of I don't wish anybody any ill. To be honest with you, I'd walked away from that situation a long time ago. Probably the first time I stood at this podium, I really distanced myself from what happened there. So I certainly feel for the players that were there when we were there, guys that I have intimate relationships with, and they have to go through this process again. So I think everybody that becomes a coach, the longer you stay in it, regardless of the sport, wants to become a head coach. It's just part of the alpha mentality. Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, right? We're good friends. He's a longtime Yankee third base coach and then became the bench coach for the Phillies. And, Joe gets fired and who they're really good friends. Next thing you know, he becomes the coach. He takes him to the series and now he gets a contract. So regardless of the age, right? You'd like to think that maybe with age, experience comes, wisdom comes. Maybe that's a factor for some people. If it's not, it's not. So I think we all think about it. I don't think we dwell on it, or else it costs you the task at hand, right? And that hasn't been, my personal mentality. Most of us in coaching get a job, get the next job by the job that we do.
Mike, great stuff. Appreciate it. I'll see you at the game on Sunday, pal.
See you Sunday, Billy.
Time for us to go. Have a good one. See ya.